Morning, everybody. How we doing? Welcome back. We're back on earlies. So much so, I've got coffee and toast with me this morning. I'm having my breakfast in the cockpit because, well, you got to do what you got to do. Morning, Philip. Morning, James. Morning, David. How are we all? So, what are we doing? What are we doing? We are embarking on a new tour that Grumpy... Oh, there he is. Hello, Grumpy. That Grumpy set up for us in New Sky, all within an hour of Blighty. So the idea is, if you look at the map, you kind of get the idea pretty quickly. The idea is that we do lots of little hops around the UK and Ireland. Just kind of really, I guess it kind of proves, doesn't it, that there's a lot you can do just with staying in the UK. Because you sort of think, well, what do we got? Manchester, Gatwick, Heathrow. Actually, there's a lot. There's a lot more than that. So we're going to start today at Bristol. We're going up to Newcastle. I don't have the Newcastle scenery because I'm a cheapskate. Then we go to Belfast, then Exeter, Norwich, Edinburgh, Gatwick, Guernsey, Liverpool, Kirkwall, Dublin, Heathrow, Aberdeen, Southampton, Manchester, Cork, Leeds, Jersey, back to Glasgow, Stansted, Shannon, East Mids, Newquay, Birmingham, Bournemouth, Luton, and finally back home to Bristol. So, quite a lot going on there. Because it's easy to think like, oh, you got to leave the UK to go anywhere, you know, like decent. It's like, no, you don't. Not at all. So that's pretty cool. So we're going to make our first leg today. Morning, Stevie. Morning, Ed. Up to Newcastle. Right after I finish this toast. Toast is fine, thank you, Philip. I think it was a false alarm the other day. It sort of went... I was putting some toast down for the kids, and they, I just sort of heard it went like bzzz, and then it went really weird. And then it popped. Andy, cheers for the sub, man. Appreciate it. Welcome on in. Yeah, you know when you sort of watch a toaster expecting it to pop? I was sort of watching it being like, come on, come on, come on. And I just heard this like, and then it just popped, and it was like barely cooked. It had got like a quarter of the way through its thing, but it hasn't done it since. So I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. Still having a nightmare on Xbox. Yeah, I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it. All nice and quiet here at Bristol. Just as I logged on, a British Airways plane landed over there somewhere. I don't know if they're still there, probably not. 10 months, damn. Cheers, Grumpy. That goes some way towards the landing gear, I suppose. Only another how many months to go? Oh, thank you, I do appreciate that. Thank you very much. Batteries 1, 2. That music seems loud. External power. No smoking on. Cruise supply on. Navs 1, 2. Oh no, 2 far and 3. Yeah, we're not talking about Brussels, remember? We're not talking about Brussels. I was thinking of maybe clipping that and making it into a video. Because I've still got the recording. That could be quite funny. School photo. Damn. Those are the days. We had to do a class photo, you know, where they sort of line, you know, you sort of stand like in rows, teacher in the middle, that sort of thing. And I was walking behind my mate, and he goes, I've got this idea. I was like, go on then. He's got these like little red like devil fangs that he was going to put in, and he was right at the back, and he's like, just as, you know, the photographer says, say cheese, I'm going to quickly do a big smile. Yep. Oh, Philip, you're racing Grumpy. The race is on. Cheers, Philip. Thank you for 10 months. Yeah, just as the photographer was about to say cheese, he did this big smile, and these red fangs were like going to be in the photo. The idea was he was going to say nothing and then like point it out, because obviously the school sort of put it in like the main entrance way for like each class. The photographer, eyes like an eagle, spotted it. Couldn't believe it. really impressed with the photographer. I was like, damn, that's actually... Because, you can barely notice it. That young man, what's that you're doing over there? Morning, Roy. Morning, Jeff. What's going on? Sim Update 4's out. Or beta's out. Over 200 fixes. Getting more like indie builds. Yeah. Well. Yeah. Must be time for another A350 update. Under the guise of, oh my god, we're doing so many updates, aren't we good? It's like, well, if it just fucking worked in the first place, maybe you wouldn't have to. Just a thought. I don't know. Just throwing that one out there. Who knows? Right. What are we doing? Bristol, Newcastle. I thought Paul had the right idea ages ago. He said half now, half the money now, and half when you actually get it working. Then that will get developers into shape. Rather than all the money now, and will take about a year, 6 months to fix it. So, that sounds like a bad deal for us. You only get the remaining 50% when the community as a whole votes on it that we're satisfied that it's worth the full money. That would be an idea. Let's do that. How do I have the TCA working? Plug it in. Mr. Mintz, how are you? Okay. That is some outrageously soggy toast I've got this morning. Coffee's alright though. Call sign today. X-ray November Oscar 790 Echo. That's about a mouthful, isn't it? 790 Echo. Cost index 59. 26,000 feet, I believe, today is our cruise. And the wind, we'll get that in now. Hi, bro. You will change your graphics card. I have changed my graphics card quite recently, but no plans currently. I mean, probably no point getting a 5000 series for me, given that I've come from a 4080 to a 7900 XTX. Can't afford a 5090, which means I'm stuck on 5080, which has the same VRAM issues as the 4080 had, which made me go to a 7900 XTX. So, not really. Wouldn't be a lot of point, I don't think. Right, we're departing out of... I've got my toast plate on my notepad. That's no good. 09. BCM on Zulu. Newcastle, we're planning on 07 on the Pole 1 November. And I'm probably going to do a 10-mile final. So we'll do EGNT. In fact, no, we won't. Yeah, we will, because we don't have failures on. I was going to say that we should probably be doing fixed rings for Bristol, not, you know. But given that we don't have failures on, I think we'll be alright. Yeah, Mr. Mint saying he's chilly in the office. I thought it was chilly this morning when I woke up. It was one of those mornings where I didn't want to get out of bed. Because it felt like it was going to be cold when I got out. Morning, Clark. You know what would be really handy if on the charts they gave you the opposite of the runway heading. Maybe they do and I'm just not seeing it. $246. I'll work it out myself. Good, good, good. Yeah. It's going to be the annual battle for the heating controls, I think, between me and my wife. Why do I need opposite? So we can put in for Newcastle the radial. So the opposite to 07. So the runway heading is 066. You've not done a flight in Flight Sim since the end of April, Philip? Oh my god. I knew you were busy, but I didn't know it was that bad. Good. Is GSX loading us? Is it the GSX bug? Yeah, I need to click that, don't I?
Passenger's bus is coming.
Okay, the fuel is gone. Morning, Wolf. Here they come. Well, there's nothing else to do than eat my toast. Get used to this. Navigraph Charts, select the airport on the runways tab, it will give you the headings for both. So it will. Thanks! See, that's interesting, because at Bristol you'd normally walk out from here. You wouldn't get a bus. You'd walk out from, like, these doors here. Before you have to walk about 4 years to get to passport control, which is down there somewhere. Sort of underground a little bit. I like Bristol. I'm really looking forward to SoFly. SoFly should be great, because I think the dev is from Bristol, so it's a bit of a passion project for him. And I'm not entirely happy with the Bristol bounce here. I think the terraforming on this scenery from Pilot Plus has a way to go. Like 27's alright, so obviously there's runway 27. You can see, like, it kind of slopes up the hill. So as long as you sort of flare nicely and just hold, you just sort of, the runway will sort of come up and kiss your wheels nicely if you've got it right. But over here, 09, you can see we've got somewhat of a speed ramp. The Bristol bounce, as it's known. And I'm just not convinced that the runway, like almost like the resolution of the terraforming, I'm not convinced it's good enough, because you sort of bounce around, even if as you're going up 27, there's little lumps and bumps that kind of almost like throw you around. And having flown out of there many times in real life, I've never experienced that in the real plane. Equally, as you come up onto the runway, again, I think it's 09, the taxiway, there's like this outrageously steep hill, which just... Yeah, okay, maybe there's like a small incline in real life, but it's not like... It's not that. I don't know whether it's a 2020 limitation. Because really, I know this is a 2024 airport technically, but I don't think they've changed a thing other than just said that it works in 24. So, yeah. Don't know. How's the new beta update? Not tried it, Atticus. I figured I would spare myself the pain of jumping into a first beta live on stream. I will check it out though. I will check it out. Terraforming in the SDK is difficult. Really? That's a shame. I feel I'm going to put a poll out on the channel. Hey gang, I'm going to put a poll out. Basically, I'm trying to gauge what people actually want from scenery, because I'm not convinced what the community wants is what the developers are giving us. I feel like there's this weird obsession for like terminal buildings, luggage carousels where you pick up your suitcase, passport control, and it's like, I never ever look at that stuff. So yeah, I don't know, it feels weird. I feel like all I want is good taxiways, accurate ILS and PAPIs, and nice sort of aprons, gates, terminal buildings from the outside. And if there's like a big glass window, sure, render what's on the other side. If there's like a Costa coffee that you can see or something through the window, fine. But like passport control? I'm never going to passport control. Like, what's going on? Like, and I feel like every time I get given some by a dev, there's always this kind of like, they don't tell me to, but obviously like they tell me about all what they've worked on, and you know, we've done this, we've done that, like passport, we've done all the interiors. It's like, yeah, but why? I don't understand it. I never did understand it. For the longest time, I was just like, why would they do that? But I can get it if you're in the cockpit. Like, where are we now? I mean, you can't really see a lot here anyway. And in fairness, Bristol is a bit like this anyway. But I don't know, if you were somewhere else right now and we were in front of a gate and there was a big window, like at Edinburgh, and there was a coffee shop and there were people wandering around, great. Do that little bit that's visible airside through the glass. But all the rest of it, I don't really get. I don't really get it. Don't really get it. And again, I would much rather they focused on landmarks on the approach rather than passport control and baggage carousels and, you know, so on and so forth. Because you know, you sometimes get like weird trees that appear on approach, or you might just get this random house in the middle of a field that's just completely out of place. Like maybe just get rid of the house. Things like that. You know, just make sure that everything you see as you're starting to get low from the ILS. Make sure that's all taken care of. And make sure that ILS and PAPIs are accurate. I mean, I don't know how realistic that is for developers, because I know that's like an ongoing thing, isn't it, with 24 and 2020, in that they're rarely accurate. But I don't know whether it's possible for devs to manually override, manually set the PAPIs, manually set the ILS, line the two up. So I don't know. I don't know. That would be what my set of priorities would be, but I don't know whether that's me sort of being an old man yelling at the sky. You know, old man yells at cloud or whatever. Maybe people do like it. Or is it just a tailspin that the communities have gotten itself into? I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. You can do all of that in the SDK. So you can set the PAPIs, you can set the ILS, you can do all that. So there's no excuse for it being wrong then. Morning, Aaron. David, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. Morning, Rich. Offworld says the developers should take a different approach. Right, what's going on? Charts. BCN 1 Zulu. And we're going 6,000 at Brecon. And then we'll crack on up to Newcastle. That's my Newcastle accent, by the way. In case there was any doubt, which there might have been, in fairness. Okay, what is QNH? 1015. I guess my concern is, my sort of broader concern, thinking about the community as a whole, is that we're going to end up paying for a load of stuff that we might not ever... Because all that stuff, like all like the interiors that we'd never ever see, we're paying for that. Whether we like it or not, aren't we? I think there's a gap in the market for a scenery dev that like does the bits that we actually see when we do an actual flight. Now, the cinematic YouTubers might not be too happy about that, but then that doesn't represent the broader market, does it? Don't know. I could be wrong. I'm wrong about a lot of things. A lot of things. Hey, that's good enough, Rich. That's good enough. Vespia, thank you for the sub on Twitch. Nice one. It says we've reached our 10 out of 10 goal now. Thank you, appreciate that. Paying for it all and presumably some of it is consuming resources. Exactly. 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 Morning, Alex. El Pepino's in as well. Look at us go. Pappy's ILS settings, all possible but very in-depth. It's like, yeah, I know, but if you're paying 25 quid for some scenery, they better, you know? It's like, I've paid 25 quid for an entire game. Like, and I'm sure that was more in-depth to make than tuning a set of bloody Pappy lights. That's what I think, anyway. Okay, we're loaded. Now I've stopped yelling. Departure performance. Sync the load sheet. Sync the weather. We're in the 319, by the way, if anyone's wondering. 125, 126, 130. Flaps 2 in a 319. That's interesting, but I guess... Wait, maybe? Morning, Vespia. Minibus indeed. Alright, let's send that over. And we'll check that it made it. In fact, while we're going to do that, let's get the APU fired. So we'll do fuel. APU master on. 1, 2, 3, start. Let's get him strapped in as well. I hear that communities in places like Japan make all of their scenery freeware. Their stuff is amazing. I think if there was an underlying community in the UK doing more freeware, it would be fab. It would indeed. It would indeed. Morning, Tretch. I'm very well, thank you. Yeah. I think if there was, even if you charged for it, but like no more than like 8 quid a scenery. If you just made sure the runways were like reasonably terraformed, the Pappies and the ILSs were accurate, the aprons were nice, the taxiways were accurate, and the terminal buildings looked nice. Call it done. And I know there's nothing easier than another developer/engineer's problem, but I would feel quite happy paying 8 quid for that, rather than some of the prices you see at the moment where it's like, really? Really? Like, I could buy a game for that? I could go onto Steam and buy like an entire AAA game, albeit not a brand new one, maybe it's a little bit older now, but... And you want that just for a piece of scenery? One little airport in this whole massive game that we... I don't know, it's weird. It's a weird one. Rich makes a good point. Airports like MKVY's Gatwick show you don't have to pay for a good developer. I hope, though, they receive enough coffee donations. Yeah. Hopefully World Hub will answer some of that. Oh, yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? Where, like, the community can put forward fixes. Is that right? And then it can kind of get voted on, and then it gets rolled into the actual game. Yeah. I don't know, there's part of me that feels like maybe I should contribute to the scenery situation in some way. But at the same time, I don't know what I would do in terms of time, because I struggle to run the channel and keep a job and look after the kids and be present for them and be around and family stuff and all the rest of it. It's like, where would that extra bit come from? I don't know where that extra bit would come from. Maybe if we had an 8-day week. Maybe that would be the answer. Yeah, that's an interesting point, that, Vespi. I hadn't considered the World Hub. I'd forgotten all about that. Having a go at SDK dev for EGBJ. Even doing something basic. It's incredibly difficult. Is it really? That's a shame. I wouldn't know where to start, to be honest, Clark. I am very bad, even when it comes to doing liveries. I do a little bit of Blender. I'm getting better at Blender because I'm starting to do my own 3D models that I 3D print and things like that. Although it's very basic. It's like we're talking about like mashing cubes and cylinders together and subtracting from one another, and yeah, it's basic stuff, but I feel like I struggle with that purely because I'm not a natural at it. Like when I started coding, I immediately felt like I was alright at it. Whereas other people in my programming course, you could tell immediately they were like, what the hell is this shit? Like they just did not... They thought they wanted to be a programmer, then they opened up whatever it was we were working in, and they were like, no. No way. Sorry, this is like too much like hard work. It's like it just doesn't click. And I feel the same way when it comes to like 3D modeling and renders and stuff. Right, let's make sure we're all on our lonesome, which we are. Oh, Philip, thank you, mate. Who got it? Who got it? Who got it? Donnie! You lucky thing. Right, I need to push back. Nose. Nose. Left, tail right. Bristol traffic, Air Not 790, Echo Stand 23. Pushing back, facing west. Bristol traffic. Just forgot which way I was facing then. Nose left, tail right.
Release parking brakes, please. Commencing push.
Use Fusion for 3D modelling. But as you know, mine are all pretty functional parts. Yeah, I'm the same. Like, I'm not making like Warhammer models or that style of thing, you know. It's literally stuff. Oh, hello. Hello. GSX. GSX! What are you doing? It is random, but I think it's also factored in by people's activity. I think. Can't be sure though. Alright, AP bleed. Engine Uno. I could be wrong with that, Philip. You started learning Fusion in the evenings. What's it called? Just Fusion? Is it Fusion something or is it just Fusion? Fusion 360. Is it paid? Free for private use. Oh, okay. That changes things. Flaps 2. Parking brake set. Or a fortune for business. Yeah, that's always the way, isn't it? But then if they make it free so people like us learn it, and then there's a bigger group of people that know it, therefore businesses are more likely to adopt it. I see what they're doing. If you're not using Blender, what are you? Good. We are rocking and a rolling. Just quickly check through the flight plan one last time. Nice. I think the plan is I'll vector myself, unless of course there's ATC. Need to learn Blender to do the 3D modelling. Yeah. It's definitely a challenge for me. Right, where am I going? Where am I? Anyone getting a new iPhone today? It's iPhone Day. Well, it's not iPhone Day yet, is it? Bristol traffic, Air Not 790 Echo, taxiing to holding point Golf X-ray for 09 via Zulu and Golf, Bristol traffic. Android forever. Oh no, what have I started now? I personally could not care less about the iPhone thing. I'll probably watch it just because I'm interested to know what's going on broadly in the space, but ooh. Yeah, I'm just not really into it in the same way that I used to be. Like, I used to hang on every word of those presentations, like when they would announce a new phone or a new software update or a new SDK or API, or like, I remember when they announced Swift, I nearly fell out of my chair. Like, I was that into it. I just feel like these days it's not quite the same. Like, I don't really feel like the phones have been that interesting since the iPhone 10 came out. Like, that was a fairly big deal, I thought, because, you know, first OLED iPhone had the screen that sort of flooded into the corners of the physical device, Face ID, wireless charging, all that stuff. And I know some people say, oh, Android had that for ages. I know, but the iPhone didn't. Therefore, it was... Oh, there's that terraforming that we were talking about, Clark. But yeah, that felt like a big departure, the iPhone 10. But ever since, not really sure there's been a huge amount of change, to be quite honest. Like, I went from iPhone 10 to iPhone 15 Plus, which is what I have at the moment. Which is a lot of generations. It would go in iPhone 10, then it went 10S, then 11, then 12, then 13, then 14, then 15. That's like 6 generations of phone. And I got it, and I was like, well, it's not a lot different. Not really. Battery's a bit better. Camera's a bit better. But it still scrolls Twitter and TikTok and YouTube and BBC News and everything else just the same. Morning, Noms. It's alright, I'll forgive it. Offworld saying the new phone's become a major talking point. How do you do it, Offworld? Just like, bang, there instantly with a pun. Love it. The Punosaurus. Hey, 707, there you are, mate. How you doing? Long time. Corolla, it is my airline. We're flying as Air Not today. Runway ahead. Right, here's holding point Gulf X-ray. Yeah, Belfast after Newcastle, and then if we get super lucky, we can do a third leg. I mean, I'm basically good till about 2:30ish today, so that is, yeah, about 4.5 hours. We should be alright. Is there anybody coming? Where's my browser? There it is. There's me, littering the place up. God, there's like literally no one flying at the moment, is there? What's going on up here? Ah, man. We're going to... Literally. We're going to miss it, aren't we? Scottish controls on, but we're going there. That's typical. I can't catch a break with that sim lately. Bristol traffic, not 790 Echo, lining up runway 09 for a Brecon 1 Zulu departure. Bristol traffic. Right then, lights. And into number 2, just so I'm double sure that it's all good. Start the clock. Let's get out there, shall we? Need to lock my chair so it doesn't tip. I find that very annoying when you're in a critical phase of flight. Oh, Tony, there's no choice. Here's the hill. Look at this, look. Hey, up we go. Ain't no way it's like that in real life. It's lumpy bumpy, but it ain't like that. Bristol traffic, not 790 Echo, taking off runway 09 on a Brecon 1 Zulu departure, Bristol traffic. Right, ready? Tray tables up. SOS green. Manflex 65, auto thrust blue. $80 knots. See what I mean there? Oh my lord. That could be an off-centre line takeoff. Positive climb. Gear up. Hey, it's quite windy this. Oh, sugar. Did I start? Yes, I did. I thought I didn't start New Sky. Damn. Right, levers into climb. Dip that nose. We've got a 19 knot crosswind at the moment. Kai, we got a video all about it, mate, on the channel. Type in like air graphic settings, you'll find it. Damn, we're getting thrown around up here. New Sky is 100% going to ding us for that takeoff, by the way. I say that as an off-centre line takeoff, for sure. I just felt like as the ground dipped away from us, it's like we lost traction and began to drift. So traffic, air not 790 Echo, climbing now through 6,000 for 260 so traffic. Right, autopilot on, and I can sort out these flipping things without getting over. I need to synchronize these as well. Morning, Twinox. And good morning, Christian. What have I missed in chat? Okay, let's disarm the ground spoilers. Flaps are up. Are we doing the return leg? We're not doing a return leg, but we're doing a leg afterwards. We're going to Belfast after Newcastle. Have you ever considered binding the roll axis to your non-active yoke stick and the tiller input as the tiller input rather than using rudder pedals? I have, but that would be a bit of a pain to do, constantly switching between yoke and stick. I'd much sooner just buy a tiller, I think, when the time is right. That'd be my plan. Yeah, so PMDG have been making noises, haven't they, about their 737, in that the 737 is going to enter into what is, I think they said it's going to be like a quick but robust testing process. So that could be cool. That could be very, very cool. That is going to definitely scratch an itch. I don't know how quickly we're going to get it. Like, is it going to be like... Surely it's not going to be like this week. It'll be like... Probably... I would say within a month would be my guess, but I don't know. I don't want to speak for them, because I know how things can go when it comes to development and stuff. Adrian, I'm not using Active Sky. Never have. Yeah, Noms is. I think that'd be really cool if PMDG would just make every Boeing and Phoenix would do every Airbus. I think we'd be set, wouldn't we? Only issue with that though is that then you've got two companies basically running everything, and that competition might become an issue. If you didn't have the Boeing, would you save up for the Moser or get the Boeing yoke? If I didn't have the Boeing. So you mean if I was just flying Airbus all day? Is that what you mean? In which case, the Moser AB9 would be the, top of the shop. Way to go. And there'd be no need for a yoke. If that is what you mean. Maybe it's not. I don't know. Is that the Moser yoke? This one? No. No, it's not. This is the Thrustmaster TCA Boeing yada yada yada. Although that Moser yoke does look bloody nice. Only thing that I would say is a slight disadvantage is that it doesn't kind of like pivot. Because obviously this Boeing yoke, it kind of sticks out from your desk here, and this is its pivot point right here. Like in a real airliner, obviously not this, but it would be sort of into the floor there, and it would pivot from the floor. So the Thrustmaster, the way it's constructed, it kind of mimics that feeling. Which I like a lot. I do like that a lot. Whereas the Moser one, yes, it's force feedback, but it's more like a GA yoke with like a push-pull kind of pole sticking out of it. Would it make that much difference in practice? Maybe not. Maybe it's one of those things that I would perhaps obsess over initially, being like, oh, but it's not, it doesn't pivot like the Boeing one, but then actually it's like, yeah, but it feels great because of the force feedback. So I don't know. I don't know. Who knows? Oh, you're back over on Twitch now, Roy. You've moved. Looking at Moser and Boeing myself, don't have either. Moser is nice, just 2 times the price. Yeah, I mean that's the thing. Like, so I reviewed the Thrustmaster Ava base and flew with it on stream for a long time. Had a great time with it. Still maintain it's really good. Obviously the Moser sent me their thing, and objectively it is better in air quotes, but then it is more than twice the price. So that's the trade-off, isn't it? Really, that's the trade-off. Is it twice as good for twice the price? Probably not. Definitely not. It's a little bit better for twice the price. So it's like you're in the lands of diminishing returns. So you kind of have to weigh up how important that is for you. Is there a UK tour? Yes, there is. It's called the Within an Hour of Blighty tour. So if I go to My Airlines, Air Knots, Awards, all within an hour of Blighty. And Grumpy put this together yesterday, so say thanks to Grumpy for that. Leg 1, Bristol to Newcastle, then we do Newcastle to Belfast, Belfast to Exeter, Exeter to Norwich, Norwich to Edinburgh, Edinburgh to Gatwick, Gatwick to Guernsey, Guernsey to Liverpool, Liverpool to Kirkwall. That is the... where is that? That's it's not the Faroe Islands, is it? That's that Orkney? Anyway, Kirkwall to Dublin, Dublin to Heathrow, Heathrow to Aberdeen, Aberdeen to Southampton, Southampton to Manchester, Manchester to Cork, Cork to Leeds, Leeds to Jersey, Jersey to Glasgow, Glasgow to Stansted, Stansted over to Shannon, Shannon to East Mids, East Mids to Cornwall, Newquay, then up to Birmingham, then over to Bournemouth, Luton, then back home to Bristol. So yeah, if you want to join the fun, get yourself a New Sky account and come join. I mean, Philip, that only launched yesterday, so I don't think you've really missed that much. Matrix, I've got 3 chats on the go. I've got YouTube Vertical, YouTube Horizontal, regular YouTube, and Twitch. What are they saying they fixed in Sim Update 4, Roy? Have they sorted the VRAM? Because I'm not convinced they have in Sim Update 3. I saw their little dev thing. You know, that thing with like the list of stuff that they fixed. And I think it said like VRAM FPS issue in progress Sim Update 4. And I'm fairly certain that's the same one that has been in progress since Sim Update 1. Then it went to 2, then it went to 3, now it's saying 4. So, yeah. I just can't get over how little VRAM 2020 uses compared to 24. If you go into 2020, you can go to 4K Ultra in something like a Phoenix or a PMDG. You'll see like 8 gigs of RAM, tops. It's crazy. And then when you get to cruise, it's at like 5.7. Whereas now, what are we at? 11. Chad, damn. You're getting there though, Grumpy, aren't you? You're making your way back up. I wrote some code to talk to my Twitch chat channel and autoresponder. It wasn't hard if you're into that sort of thing. Wonder if YouTube supports API access into chats as well. It does. So I've got a couple of bots that kind of periodically put in messages encouraging people to like and subscribe and to, you know, join, to get Discord access, that sort of stuff. Yeah, so like Stream Elements does it. I could probably do a bit more with it though. Why is there no study level E190? Is that the E-Jet thing? Right, we want to go to below. Now we're at cruise. Blimey, it wants destination data already. God, yeah, we're only 100 miles from top of descent. All right, fine. Let's do ourselves a secondary flight plan, just so Grumpy doesn't kick off. ILS 25. We should have our fix rings in place. Have a quick look at those now. Yep, that's all good. That's a 10-mile final. That'll do us. Just checking on the weather at Newcastle. Variable at 4 knots. Okay. QNH 1014. Oh, no. Keep typing it wrong. 0/04. And the temperature. $15. Minimum's 463. Too steep path ahead. That's okay, because we're going to vector ourselves. We're all good. They keep forgetting about the memory issues. Optimization of CPU main thread. Optimization of main CPU code for event display. Okay, so maybe that is that fixed then, perhaps the issue of the main thread getting overloaded over time. Because, for example, we when we set off, we were getting close to like 50 FPS, and we still are. Roughly. 55, 56, 57, occasionally 60. That was what we were getting on the ground in Bristol. Give it an hour or two, and I bet we'll be down to like 40. Even at cruise. Because it's like the main thread just gets progressively more and more and more just bogged up. And then it's just unrecoverable. So if Sim Update 4 fixes that, good. Good stuff in my view. Good, good, good. Okay, so on that basis alone, Roy, I'm tempted to switch to Sim Update 4. Oh, nice one, Rich. That's cool. Yeah, we're only going over to Belfast, so nothing crazy. What was my old CPU? 5800X3D, AK. Now we're on a 9800X3D. So that now is my in-the-house PC, basically, which is where I do my video editing. Because obviously it's a bit of a faff to get out to the shed sometimes. Like, right now it's fine, because I'm the only one at home. Well, except the dog. He's asleep. Wife's out. Kids are at school. But like, say, for example, at 4 PM today, when the kids are home, I can't really lock myself in here and just leave them running around the house. That would be a very bad idea. So I have a in-the-house PC now where I can do editing, bit of gaming sometimes, because again, like in the evening times, I like to do just some regular, in air quotes, gaming. Not simming, basically. A bit of Battlefield, a bit of Call of Duty, a bit of Valorant sometimes, a bit of Counter-Strike, Halo Infinite I love, but no one else did, so it's very hard to get a match. So I was going to sell my 4080, that was the plan. Is that
traffic right along Belfast, Bravo, short final, please right, 2.5 miles out, Manchester traffic.
Yeah, the plan was I'd sell the 4080, and obviously with the 7900 XTX there'd be no need for it, sell it, move on. But actually I've used it quite a lot for content, some of which has been sponsored content, so it's kind of paid for itself really, in that I don't really need to sell it anymore, so that's kind of cool. And then when I raided the loft and found all of my old games consoles and sold them, which afforded me then to get the 9800X3D and platform upgrade, I was pretty much left with my old PC in its entirety. I just had to buy a case, and I had a spare power supply, and it kind of dawned on me that I could have a fairly respectable inside PC, so that's kind of it. Oh, noms, I'm proper rusty at CS at the minute. CS is the one game, actually, out of all the ones that I've mentioned that's kind of fallen out of the rotation. I'd probably be okay at Dust 2, but all the other maps I would have forgotten all of the... You know, all of the little bits that you need to know about each map, you know. Sim Update 4 seems okay, but only spawned at an airport, not flying yet. Roy says, also noticed that the FPS counter, which shows more info regarding memory usage and allocations. Ooh. Okay. I mean, if you want, we can, when we land at Newcastle, I can quickly update Sim Update 4 and we can take a look together. Don't mind doing that you'll think it'd be interesting. Was that Elite Dangerous, Tony? One of my favourite things to do, Noms, is just to play death matches on Dust 2. I'll do my best, Jamie. Hope you're well, mate. Hope everything's alright. I've never tried Elite Dangerous.
Right on Delta Bravo, taxiing to stand 51 via Bravo Kilo Juliet Golf, Manchester traffic.
Right, 37 miles till top of descent. If we do a nice easy approach using a cost index of 6, that makes us 20 miles away. Is it worth the upgrade to 24? Yeah, probably. I think once the PMDG gets here, 737, I will uninstall 2020. I think that would be my plan. Cost index kind of controls the a lot of the speeds in that, Philip. So, like, if you have a higher cost index, the plane will use more fuel to climb quicker. It will maintain a higher speed during descent. But if you want to have an easier time of it on the descent in terms of energy management, you can use a lower cost index, which will make the plane by default descend at a slower rate, and it'll also cruise at a slower rate. Because if you notice now that our speed is dropping to a lower Mach number even at cruise. So a lower number is almost like if you've got a car that's got like an economy mode, I guess. Like in mine, it defaults to comfort, or you can go up to sport or down to economy. So I guess a lower cost index is like economy mode, and a higher cost index is like sport mode. Is my very basic explanation of what it is and what it does. Yeah, X-Plane's getting some love, isn't it, Roy? I keep seeing videos about X-Plane, like, it's almost like quietly getting good in the back. Well, not good. I'm sure it already was good, but it's becoming more talked about, isn't it? I think really, okay, the biggest thing for me was the BFU update. That made it feel very good. All of a sudden, 2024 felt good. Like, really glad that I was on it. We are flying the 319 from Phoenix. So not really a... There it is. Newcastle traffic, Air Knot 790 Echo, inbound Gokov, 21 miles to run, flight level 260, descending now for a 07 arrival into Newcastle. Newcastle traffic. And down we go. Pocket rocket indeed, Tony. That's what I love about it. It's like the 321 flies differently. You feel the not the weight, I suppose, but just, well, I suppose the weight to a point, but you sort of have to Be a bit more careful on takeoff on rotation. I am on 122.8. Can you not hear me? Might be a bit far out for you to hear me on the ground at Newcastle though. That's the only thing. I can hear other people. Yeah, I'm 75 miles out, so that's probably what it is. I can see the TX light going off on V-Pilot, so hopefully it's all good. Don't know if it helps, but over London Heathrow of ultra settings and PSXT/real traffic, getting a stunning 120 FPS. Never saw that before. Mileage may vary. That's in 24, Roy. Dang. Lead Balloon are giving my Thrustmaster Captain's Pack a run. Nice, enjoy. Sounds very cool indeed. Right, so it's not happy at Zodru. Too steep a path at Zodru. It wants us to get flight level 160 to 134 in 8 miles. I don't know, it doesn't look too bad to me. So my plan is after Etsis, we're going to kind of vector ourselves out. Bring ourselves in. Easy peasy. Oh, the left stick thing is going to be crazy. Like, that took me so long. Well, I said it took me so long to get used to. It didn't. But the first 2 or 3 flights, it felt alien. Absolutely alien. Must be a nightmare when you, like, first start transitioning from, like, first officer to captain. And I suppose the same with the Boeing as well, because, like, you think, oh, the Boeing, because it's yoke-based, it's different. It's like, well, no, because you've still got to do, like, hands on a throttle, different hand, and different hand on the yoke, probably, so... Yeah. Give it 2 or 3 proper flights, and I think your brain will click. It did for me, at least. And now I wouldn't have it any other way. Like, you will get used to it. You can do it. Just expect it to feel really weird for a while. Yeah, VATSIM's a big deal. And Lead Balloon is saying next big step is plucking up the courage to use VATSIM. I mean, I struggled. I still do. I put it off for ages. I tried convincing myself that VATSIM wasn't a good idea for the channel because I wanted to be talking to you guys, not controllers. I'd find any old excuse to not do it. But eventually I did it and I was like, oh my god, this is like, it feels alive, you know? And that was that. Like, flying without it now just feels utterly bizarre and kind of pointless. Nice one, Adam. I was in a Captain Canada stream the other day. Like, he's got it written on his overlays, like overlay graphics, where he's going to and from. It's even in the stream title, it's in the graphics of the thumbnail, and someone came in and be like, where are you flying to? It made me laugh. Yeah, that's it, Rich, isn't it? It's like I've had flights where you sort of take off. I don't know. I think we took off once from, well, I don't know where it was, somewhere in Norway or Sweden, and it was a fairly quiet flight all the way home. And then the last sort of, like you say, 25 minutes, London Control was on, Gatwick Director was on, Gatwick Tower was on, Gatwick Ground was on. It's just like, oh my god, this is why we do it. This is why we do it. Hey Adam, how are you? Hope you're doing well, mate. Let's get those speed brakes out. See if we can get through this steep approach bit that is whinging about. AK, I do have a second channel. But I rarely post to it. I post to it when I fancy. So it's all very much at my discretion. Basically, I find at the moment I've got enough on with the Flight Sim channel that I just don't really have any time to post to it, even if I wanted to, so... Yeah, see, Rich, I didn't know that, and I did my first VAT Sim flight at Gatwick, which was potentially a bit daft. But I actually found it was alright. Like, just taxiing out of there, I didn't think it was too bad. It was just like Quebec Alpha, or Quebec. Yeah, Quebec Alpha, Lima, Sierra, Juliet. Seemed alright. Newcastle traffic N.790 Echo inbound Etsis. 7 miles to run, and we're going to vector ourselves for a 07 arrival Newcastle traffic. Okay, let's go 330. Okay, speed 220. Anyone about? Except for, I'm guessing that's 707 there on the ground. Yeah. Now, 07 caught us out the last time we flew into it, didn't it? Okay, flaps 1. Here they come. Get the landing system on. 18 miles. Good. Lose some of that energy. Go speed 180, then we can do flaps 2. That might help us out a bit. Speed brake out again. Yeah, I think we'll be using the freeware version of Belfast as well today. Assuming I've still got it installed in my community folder. I think we do. Right, local QNH is still 1014. Let's switch to normal. Happy days! Yeah, good, thanks, Adam. I'm doing very well. Very, very well, thank you. Finally got the kitchen sorted, which means I can sim again. Rich is saying about using a pen and paper. I'm going to get some notepads printed, some like AirNot VATSIM notepads. I can't wait for that. It's going to be so cool. There we go, we can see the coast. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to basically just open source the design of it, and if you guys want to go to a print shop and get some printed, you can. I was going to get one of those little A5 sort of tear it off the top style, you know, where it's like glued on the top edge. And AirNot pens. That's a good point. Should do an AirNot pen. Right, shall we go direct to CF07? And Newcastle traffic AirNot 790 Echo on a 12-mile final, speed 170 knots, and we'll do 160 till 5 Newcastle traffic. Just merch it, it would be easier. It would, but there's no way for me to merch it with my current merch setup. And I'm not about to start running to the post office every day to send out one notepad, to be honest with you. So that's kind of why. Okay, go around altitude set at 2,500. Lockstar. Cheers, Paul. Okay, are we in approach mode? The app 132. Let's do gear down, 2,500. We seem to have a tailwind component now. Yeah, that's changed. Okay. Well, 6 knots is under 10. We'll be okay. It's a bit late now to change it. Okay. Let's go flaps full. Arm speed brakes. Should we change to Sim Update 4 then? Before we do our leg to Belfast? Potential that it all might go horribly wrong for us, but at least we'll be doing it together. My plane. Yeah, so 07 caught me out last time I was here. It was a proper bounce fest. So who knows? Might have a go around yet. Newcastle traffic, Air 079, Echo on a 2.5 mile final, 07. Newcastle traffic.
Above. Minimum.
Continue.
100. 50, 40, 30, 20. Retard. Retard.
Holy hell. Yep, caught us out again. Whoops. Nothing to see here. Bang! I feel like I was nosediving a little bit towards the end there. Maybe a little bit. Felt like we just went a little bit too high, and then I tried to compensate. That was my fault. Probably Sim Update 3, that's what it is. If we go to Sim Update 4, that'll fix it for us. I do love the sound effects though when you get a slightly harder landing in the Phoenix. It's very cool. Are we in Brussels? Don't you lot bloody start again. Don't you start. I feel like if I get that feeling again, because I kind of felt like that was going to be a bit firm, I should go around. Okay, landing lights off, strobes off. Oh dear. I feel like it might also be this new BFU update, because that has changed, hasn't it? I feel like ever since that I've not been so good. We're going to go to Belfast next, assuming that New Sky passes us. They may not. Newcastle traffic, Air Not 790 Echo on Delta, taxiing to stand 6. That was a firm landing. That's what we want. None of this butter rubbish that you lot keep on about. We'll see what New Sky says. You didn't miss anything, Grumpy. It was all fine. It's just, you know, chat mouthing off again. This obsession with buttering it that they seem to have. Nah, it was my fault. I felt like I lost my descent rate a little bit, and then I had to chase it, and then we ended up coming down a bit hard as a result. Really? Should have been a go around. Right, now where the bloody hell am I going in Newcastle? Should we back out and update to Sim Update 4? Play Jurassic World? What the hell are you on about? Yeah, like I'm going to stop my flight sim stream to play Jurassic World. Fucking hell. Why don't you play Jurassic World and shut the hell up? There's an idea. Yeah, sorry guys, the flight sim stream's over. We're going to be playing Jurassic World from now on because someone in YouTube Vertical chat demands it of me. I'm sure you'll all understand. Once again, YouTube Vertical coming up trumps. That'll be 707, I bet, in the BMA. I don't know where I'm going. Let's just go here. This'll do. Yeah, we'll take one quick look at FPS before we hop off. So that'll be, let's go forward just a touch more. 45, 46. Again, this is what happens. The main thread just gets progressively more full. By the time we get to Belfast, I'd wager we'd be in the high 30s. 13.59 gigs of VRAM used as well. So, there we go. Alright, remember that. Someone take a screenshot if you want, and then we'll have a look. 48 FPS, main thread 20 milliseconds, GPU memory 13.5. That's after an hour in the air from Bristol, which isn't a ton. Not really. Not really. Right, I need to shut the engines down. Beacon off and see if New Sky is going to award me anything at all for that horror show. Average touchdown. There you go. That'll do. That'll do. That's alright. Relax. Stop going on about it. You're not always mouthing off. Right. Let's back out then. Okie dokie. Beaters. Sim update 4. There we go. Okay, it's updating now. Shouldn't take too long, hopefully. Butter is overrated. It's the sound of the Phoenix which creates a feeling you did a firm landing. Yeah, I mean, it was a bit on the firm side. It was almost 400 feet per minute, but at the same time, it wasn't a nightmare. It was all right. Okay, loaded back up. Sim update 4. Update done. Thank you. Very fast internet. Hopefully all my add-ons still work. I guess we'll soon find out. Alrighty. First leg done. Let's go to Belfast, shall we? 495 Alpha. 319 IAEs. We're going to depart at... Call it 10:15 Zulu. Make ourselves a sim brief plan. Oh, the internet's great here at the minute. I feel like we've basically... I feel like we've become political capital because we live in the back end of nowhere. And we're kind of like... There's this initiative of like connecting all of us kind of like rural half-wits to the high-speed internet. So it's kind of like, great, I'll take that. I'll take your pity internet. I'll take that all day long. Oh, it's like launch day all over again. So yeah, they've put in full fibre to the doorstep now, which is really nice. 900 down, 400 up. Although my contract with them is renewing in October, so I might have to downgrade because I got this crazy Black Friday deal. 900 down, 400 up for £27 a month, which is really good. And I guess it was like an introductory offer to get us all to sign up to it because they had to rip up the roads, this firm, to put it all in. So they want to try and get as many of us signed up to recoup their investment, presumably. And I imagine this time round they'll probably be like, well, now you've gotten used to it, you're not going to want to lose it, are you? So now you have to pay up. All right. So far, so good. Phoenix has appeared. Right, where am I? I'm here. Very good. Let's go back to Newcastle. Hey, it's good for us, Philip. It's good for us. I mean, I was thrilled when we got fibre to the cabinet and they were like, you can get 70 down. I was like, whoa, 70? 70? Can you imagine that? I was like, there's no way I could ever use all of that. Turns out you really can. And it's the up that really helps me, obviously, with the streaming. 400, having 400 up is very, very nice. You just don't have to worry about it, you know. I see they're doing a 2 gig package now, but then it's like, well, I've only got gigabit switches and gigabit Ethernet on all my stuff, so it's like, would there be any point? I know there's the argument of, well, it might not be just you using it, so there's that. It's taking a hot minute, isn't it? Yeah, that's a crazy conversation to have in your head, that actually your local networking could actually bottleneck your external networking. I mean, I've got Cat 6E, I think. Was it? I basically wired the whole house with Cat 6, so I could upgrade my switch gear, but then I'd have to put like a 2.5 gig LAN card in my PC. I suppose I could do 10 gig Ethernet maybe. All of your loadings were within 3 seconds. It's not trying to recompile the Phoenix, is it, maybe? Yeah, honestly, Mr. Mint, if I was moving house and they were like, oh yeah, you get like 20 meg internet, I'd be like, nope, sorry, sales off. Get me out of here. It's like my wife and I were talking about it, and yeah, we already live somewhere fairly remote, but like we were saying, if we went like really remote, as in we were the only house for miles, she was like, do you think you could live like that? And I was like, oh, I could 100%, because like you know, the less interaction I have with people, generally the happier I am. I'm very much a introvert, so like living out in the back end of nowhere would be fine for me. But I said, but it would have to have fibre to the premises, and Amazon would have to be able to do deliveries there with Amazon Prime, and so would like the supermarkets. Because there ain't no way I'm trapping around a supermarket getting my food, travelling an hour each way to get it. I could do that. Has to re-index scenery files and recompile the modules. Oof. Did it take a while for you then, Roy, or not? How'd you get the connection to your shed? We're due to move soon, and I have a room at the end of the garden to use as my office. So my shed is kind of connected to the house. It is physically connected to the house. So I was able to drill a hole and poke a Cat 6 through it from the house to the shed. Thing you've got to be careful of with doing Ethernet runs between buildings is that if... Obviously get your own advice on this, probably from an electrician, because I am not an electrician, but it's my understanding that if you link two buildings with an Ethernet cable, and like each building has its own little fuse board thing with its own earthing system, there could be a difference in potential between the two earthing systems, and therefore your Ethernet cable could be used as basically a way for that difference to be exchanged, basically sending power over it potentially, which could blow stuff up. So the way to do it, I believe, is to run a fibre optic cable and then use a transceiver to convert the fibre into Ethernet at either end. Because obviously electricity can't go through glass. That being said, I know of a small handful of people that have just run Cat 6 between two outbuildings, and it'll probably blow something up one day when there's a storm or something, but... Starlink's quite impressive now. Yeah, that's really weird, because the company, so it's like a private company that is elected to, yeah, basically dig up all the roads in our town, lay their own fibre optic cables, and then try and sell us their service. So they're taking a huge risk, because if no one takes it up in the town, they've just dug up all the roads for nothing. Anyway, they dug it all up, went around the perimeter of our road, laying all the cables, and then they started knocking on doors, you know, sales reps being like, good news. I was like, yep, sign me up. And then just as that happened, a neighbour down the road, Starlink dish appeared on their roof. I was like, why would, like, Starlink's cool, don't get me wrong, but why would you choose that over full fibre? That seemed like a really odd choice to me. Especially when you can get like 900 down, 400 up for £27 a month with no setup or installation fee or anything. What's going on here then, guys? You lot have talked me into doing something stupid, haven't you? Where's my mouse? I haven't even got a mouse. There we go. Should we press escape? It does work if we zoom out. If we like go somewhere different briefly. Let's just go to Eddie briefly. See if that works. Hello, Ryan. Patience is key. Woof. Yeah, see, fine into Eddie. Should we have a look at the FPS at Eddie real quick? Turn off my eye tracker, because that defaults to being on, which is weird. Ooh, look at all that. What's going on here then? This is a new thing to look at. Right, what am I doing? Got the graphics queue now. In the main thread. VRAM, where's that? GPU memory, 13.9 out of 1223. Physical memory, 12 out of 43 used. Why is the swap file getting fragged so much? Given that we've got all that RAM that's just sat there. It's weird. Okay, that's not so bad. Swap file's like a page file, isn't it? It's where it writes stuff to disk and then swaps it in and out of RAM. Right, let's see if we can go back to... Where were we? Stand 7, weren't we? Rich says, other thing I had, if there's a local lightning strike and your shed is at the bottom of the garden, it might take out all of your network kit. Lost a PC, NAS drive, Skybox router and landline phones. Are you talking about having connected it with a Cat 6, Rich? Makes you wonder whether you want to get rid of the swap file so then it actually has to use the RAM, given that we've got 64 gigs of it just sat there. Object LOD factor is now at 0.21. Is that because of our zoom level? Edinburgh is notorious. Yeah, after networking the shed. So that's the thing, Rich, isn't it? It's basically that Cat 6 can act as a kind of as an electrical transfer. I remember a boss I had years ago who was like a full-on nerd, knew everything about this stuff. I remember he said, like, he caught somebody trying to connect two buildings with Cat 6 and he was like, no, 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 you mustn't do that. You mustn't do that. Because if you've got a fuse board in your shed and a fuse board for the house, and they're both independently earthed, if one has a different like earth potential than the other, that difference can be sent over the Cat 6 cable, which then makes stuff go bang bang. Not OBS, Noms. OBS is on a separate streaming PC. Yeah, I had too many issues with OBS and my encoder being overloaded. The biggest one was when Ronald gave us a copy of Lelystad and we were flying in from Edinburgh, I believe. As soon as we got near the airport, it started like loading all the, you know, the stuff in. And it was obviously putting a higher 3D workload on my card, and probably it ran out of VRAM while trying to encode, and it's just like, ugh, encoder overloaded. So I was like, that's enough. That's enough. It's caused me a problem too many times now. So I just spent the money and got a PC. The thing I need to do this week, actually, is Yeah, that's exactly it, Rich. Yeah, my neighbour suggested once, we should run a cable. This is like when we were kids. Neighbour down the road was like, I've just had a great idea. Why don't we get a really long cable and literally just drag it across our garden, and then we can play like have land speed gaming when we're just at home. And obviously, as being a kid, I had no idea about all this stuff. Bloody good job we didn't, because I think our road is on 3-phase. Fairly certain we're on 3-phase because we had a power outage last year, and it was like every third house in the road was out of power, which confused everybody because I think I got home from work and all the neighbours were like stood outside, sort of, you know, looking around, being like, "Well, we just can't figure it out. Like, your house is off, next door's okay, next door again is okay, then the next one is off, and then 2 are okay, then the next one's off." I was like, "Oh yeah, 3-phase," and they're like, "What?" I was like, "Probably on a 3-phase thing on, you know, in the road." So like 1 phase is gone and 2 phases are left, and they were just looking at me like, "We've got no idea what you're talking about." And I was like, "Well, I'm not an electrician, but I think I'm fairly certain that's what it is." And yeah, I think that is what it turned out to be. Ground potential rise that breaks stuff rather than a direct strike killing electronics. Yeah, exactly. Same scenery. What's happening, Tony? Are you struggling as well? Calvin, I've got a Moser AB9 joystick underneath this bit, and the actual stick that you can see is from Flight Sim Projects. This is a default scenery for me. Delete the cache. Where do I go to delete cache? Where do I go to delete cache? Online? Rolling cache path. 500 gig? I didn't realise I had that much. Where does one go to delete cache? I've forgotten. Does there not have activity requirements? No. No. Do what you want. Enjoy yourself. It's your sim. Don't let me tell you what to do with it. And if I ever do tell you what to do with it, tell me to get lost. Aha. Cache. App roaming. Okay. So is it literally a case of deleting, just manually just smashing that folder to bits, is it? Alright, I should probably quit the sim. Do scenery indexes too. Alright, we'll do that in a minute. So do you delete what's in the cache folder or actually delete the outer cache folder? What's the other one? Scenery indexes. Right, let's do scenery indexes. Get rid of that. And let's do the cache. And let's go again. Talk about making a rod for your own back. Oh man, now Steam's freaking out. What's going on? Gah. Bloody Steam. Right. Let's try that. You got booted from the VA. Oh, that's a shame. From British Airways. Kind of sucks, though, doesn't it? Right, we'll try again. Throttle bits, yes, Calvin, they're the Frostmaster ones. Although I've got something coming today which might interest some of you. But it's top secret. Don't tell anyone. Video soon. I don't actually know if I'm going to like it yet. I'm a little bit like, is it going to be any good? So we'll see. We shall see. No, Tony, it's not. Oh, this is definitely giving me launch day vibes. I feel like I must have sat here for nearly 4 hours on launch day, or like 3 hours, or whatever it was, with like hundreds and hundreds of viewers. And I was like, you've got to be shitting me. Like, we've spent so long, the amount of graft that we've put into this channel, live streaming, just relentlessly trying to build it, trying to build it, trying to build it. And this is what gets hundreds of views. I couldn't believe it. I'd be careful with Logitech gear noms if I were you. It feels like they're a little bit old hat at the minute. Resting on their laurels, it feels like. Like the radio panels, it just feels like something out of the mid-90s. It's so ready for a bit like a new competitor to come in, I think. Hey, there we go. Well done, everyone. Oh, New Sky's not going to be happy. We're going to be late now. Hey. Good lord, that's bright. And the award for Best Livery in Flight Simulator goes to... Look at her. Look at her go. Oh, hello. Right. Right. Let's get the plane fired up, shall we? Make it a fair test. Battery 1, battery 2, external power, no smoking, crew supply, 1, 2, 3. And nav light. And we will have a quick look at FPS. We'll do it in fast time. Do I have VSync on? That's the only thing. 56. But is that... Would we have got 56 in Sim Update 3 had we just spawned at the gate? Because I know we were getting like 47, 48, whatever it was. But was that because the sim had been on for a minute? Quite possibly. Quite possibly. Right. Let's view our new flight plan. See if we can make some sense of it while GSX loads us up. Air Knot 495 Alpha. And we are cruising 230. Cost index of 60. We're on the Gurley 3 X-ray. On runway 25. Then into Belfast. 25 again. We go direct by the look of it. Maybe I need to turn off VSync. That might be... What are my settings, actually? Have they reset? No, they have not. Ray trace reflections ultra. Ray trace shadows are on. Good. Fairly tidy though, isn't it? What are we limited? Limited by graphics Q, it's called now. But yeah, limited by GPU. Got a new setting at the bottom. Seatbelts. What? Where are you seeing that? Yeah, that page file does need sorting. You're quite right. Oh, in settings. Okay. Got it. Right, let's get the plane fired up. AOC, flight in it. Quite a lot of tearing going on though, isn't there? Look at that. Ugh. I think I might have to enable VSync. Short of getting a variable refresh rate monitor. The thing is, I don't know if I got a variable refresh rate monitor whether you would still see the tearing because of what the capture card captures. Possibly it might. Possible that it might. Air not. 495 Alpha. Whoops. Too many alphas. Cost index 60. And we're 230. So we should have control pretty much most of the way there, shouldn't we? Or all of the way there, in fact. Runway in use 25. 133. Let's get him dialed in now. 133. Oh, bloody hell, my Logitechs aren't working. 133875. 33875. That'll do. Insert. Okay, out of Newcastle, we're on 25. Gurley 3 X-ray. And then into Alder Grove. ILS 25. I guess we can go with Ringer to start with. That'll bring us in nicely. We're going to get vectors, surely. Nice. That'll do. Are we loaded yet? Almost. I need to connect to... I need to file my flight plan and connect to VATSIM. That's what I need to do. Good. I was lucky. We went in the gate next door. What specs am I running? 9800X3D, 7900XTX. Is that someone flying with us next door, or is it someone going somewhere else? Who is it? Dylan going to Amsterdam, fine. Alright, let's get the show on the road. Boarded, send to MCDU. Departure, runway 25, dry, sync the load sheet. Sync the weather. Send that to MCDU. I feel like I'm getting a cold. I feel like my throat's getting sore. It's bloody kids being back at school, isn't it? I bet. Bringing all their germs home. Okay, 8,000 at Gurley. That'll do. Let's start. Start the APU. IR line in 1 minute. That should be okay. We're only 8 minutes. No, we're 3 minutes behind. That's fine. We should be able to get out of here without a penalty from New Sky. I live in hope. Wakey, wakey. Good old EasyJet over there, look. That's what we need to do, Grumpy. We need to get ourselves to be an official Air Not VA, then we'll just be included in FSLTL. that's the dream. Alright, good. Beacon on. Do you still have stuttering on landing in 24, even on the latest sim update? If you don't have a stutter, how have you gotten rid of it?
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Lots of RAM, both VRAM and regular RAM, and a good CPU and GPU. Just a throwing hardware at the problem, basically. Demon, how are you, mate? Yeah, Bobby, it is. It's a 60 Hz TV.
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
It's on the list of jobs, Grumpy, don't worry. Probably not a good idea for me to be messing with page file stuff right now, is it?
Locking gear.
Could be a video idea, though. Before and after. New Phoenix update dropped a couple of minutes ago. Oh, man. Do they not know I'm streaming? Newcastle traffic, Air Not 495 Alpha radio check.
Reading you 5x5.
Thank you. Right, come on, GSX. Continue pushback. Right, we're gonna go runway 25, aren't we? So we're gonna going to push back. Nose right, tail left. Hopefully facing Up on Alpha. Newcastle traffic Air 495 Alpha stand 7, pushing back, hopefully if GSX allows, facing east on Alpha. Newcastle traffic. Nose right, tail left.
Release parking brakes, please.
Newcastle traffic, Midland 301, already pushed back from stand 11. We'll follow the air not out to the active runway. Newcastle traffic.
Get those steps out the way. Bloody useless. Unbelievable, Jeff. Where's my sound gone? Oh, there it goes.
Ladies and gentlemen, please observe the cabin crew member closest to you as we are about to demonstrate the safety features aboard our Airbus A319. Thank you.
And are you going to turn? GSX?
Ladies and gentlemen,
Alright, you're going to stop here then?
Airbus A319.
GSX?
Pay attention to illuminated
Stop!
signs and crew instructions.
Okay, that looks promising.
The following safety procedures. The safety car
Alright, fair play, GSX. That wasn't too bad. Alright, engine 2.
Please set parking brakes.
Parking brake set. Well done, David. Now, what was our flap setting for takeoff? 2.
Unlocking gear.
Auto brake on. Flaps 2 is set.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed.
Cheers, Ashel.
Left is clear. Right is clear.
Good deal. New Sky is not started. Ooh, New Sky, you naughty devil. Okay, engine 2 is now available. Newcastle traffic Air 495 Alpha taxiing to runway 25 via Alpha and Delta. Newcastle traffic. Right, mate, you ready? Happy? Loving it? Thought so. Come on, let's take you to Belfast. Give him a day out, bless him. Right, frame check. Looking quite tidy, isn't it? Need to sort that page file out. There he is. We're at now, half 11.
Newcastle traffic, Midland 301, taxiing to runway 25 via Alpha and Delta.
So, I was going to say it'd be time for a coffee once we get taken off, but we're going to get busy, aren't we, almost immediately. Coffee when we get to Belfast. Maybe lunch when we get to Belfast. Might be a bit early for lunch. Maybe it won't be. I don't know. These are the important decisions we have to make today. Bing bong. Oh god. Convict normal. Good. I find it weird that we're being given flaps 2 so often. Don't know. Don't know why that is. What's going on there with that person's mic? Is there a speed limit when taxiing? Like we're doing now 26, aren't we, across the ground? Which feels alright. I feel like 30. Is it 30 that's sort of like the limit? I thought it was 30. Yeah, 30 max. Ah, is that GSX 707? That sounds like a GSX thing. So far, so good, Roy. In the 50s. Limited by GPU. Oh, pushback helper. Oh, I don't know then. Brakes on. Let's have a look. What's going on? Nothing. What about if you quit pushback helper? Will that then... Yeah, 55, 56. Main thread at 12, 13 milliseconds, GPU at 16, 17. So clearly it's the 4K graphics workload that's limiting us right now to sub 60. Can't help but think if we had a 5090 right now, we'd be seeing over 60, but honestly, it's fine. It's like, that would not be a good use of money to get a little bit more FPS. 12.3 gigs of our VRAM is used at a default airport in the Phoenix, which is interesting. It's that swap file that I keep looking at, not quite liking what's going on. I need to make the swap file bigger, I presume. Yeah. Right, I'm going to get lined up. Hopefully 707 can follow us. Be a bit of a shame. Newcastle traffic air not 495 Alpha lining up runway 25 for a Gurley 3 X-ray departure Newcastle traffic. Performance seems alright. Does seem alright. Newcastle traffic, air not 4905 Alpha, taking off runway 25, Gurley 3, X-ray, Newcastle traffic. Right, see if we can keep on the centre line this time. Man, flex, SRS green, auto thrust blue. $80 knots. 100 knots. V1, rotate. Positive climb. Gear up. There's a lot of rudder there. 60 FPS now, we're up in the air. Although I do have VSync on, don't I? I wonder what we'd be getting if we didn't have the VSync. I should probably get rid of that in a second. Alright, levers climb, dip the nose. Newcastle traffic air not 495 Alpha, passing 2,300 feet, airborne out of 25. Gurley 3 X-ray, Newcastle traffic, final call. Well done, 707. Alright, is Scottish Control still online? Right, very, very quickly, I'm going to nip in, turn off VSync, and nip back out. 62 FPS, fine. Tearing be damned. Is Scottish still on? I bet they've gone off now, haven't they? No, they haven't. Blow me down. Oh, no way. We're actually going to avoid it all the way until we get round the Isle of Man, nearly. Maybe I do have time for a coffee after all. It does look good, Roy. 65 FPS. Ooh, standard pressure. Little bit of tearing going on there, but that's all right. Oh yeah, Sim Toolkit, good shout. We were at nearly 13 on the ground though. Not looking too bad though, right? What do we think? We're happy with this? Everything green. That's always nice. Quite happy with that. Now, Edinburgh would obviously be a different story, but...
Newcastle traffic, Midland 301, lining up runway 07.
07?
25, line up runway 25, Newcastle traffic.
We'll stay at 8,000 for the SID. We'll behave ourselves.
Newcastle traffic, Midland 301, taking off runway 25, Gurley 3X48 departure. Newcastle traffic.
Yeah, I'll be keeping an ear out, Grumpy. This is looking alright though, isn't it? This is looking quite promising. So what we'll do, we'll stay sort of in this... We won't back out, if you know what I mean. Because I want to see if the FPS is still showing like 66, 65 when we're in cruise as we go to somewhere else. You know what I mean? 230 in the window. I can't whinge at that. I cannot whinge at that at all. Oh no, it's going down to 53. What are we going to do? But that's purely being GPU limited, isn't it? Purely. There we go. That's the end of the SID. Now we can start cracking on to 230. What about if we go back to the cockpit? Yeah. So bizarrely, we get more FPS looking out the window in the cockpit than we do looking out the window at the engine of the plane. That'll do. Now, will it continue to get better the higher we get? Because it feels like we're dangerously close to flirting with 70 FPS now. "10,000 feet. Boom. Oopsie. Yeah, Grumpy, you never know. You think they fiddled it? Newcastle traffic air, not 4905 Alpha, climbing now, flight level 230. Yeah, I mean, if it can keep this up, if we can land in Belfast, do a turnaround with GSX and get out to wherever... Where are we going afterwards? Where are we going afterwards? Belfast, then Exeter, then Norwich. I mean, all of these are going to be sort of default-ish, aren't they? Then that's going to be the test when you go from Norwich to Eddy. And then Eddy back to Gatwick. That'll be the test. Those two legs there. Which is likely going to not be today. because that's quite a lot to get through, isn't it? Before Airbus 2. I was wondering, because you did a video about VRAM with the AMD and the Nvidia cards, did you notice any difference? What, between the two cards? It was all fine while we kind of stayed at the default airports in the default planes, but once we started going to places like Edinburgh in the Phoenix, it all got a bit out of hand. So in a way, Asobo are correct that a 16 gig card is enough if you're in one of their default planes, even the 737 MAX at their own Gaia Heathrow. That is, it was technically all okay on the 4080. Now, had I started flying over London and, you know, doing fly pasts of like the London Eye, maybe not. Didn't do that, but yeah. Does seem good though, doesn't it, this? Well done, Asobo. I'm tentatively pleased. Hey Antonio, Sim Update 4, yeah. We've literally just taken off from Newcastle about 11 minutes and 40 seconds ago, so 11 minutes in, this is what we're getting. 68 FPS on the climb. Although if we look out the window, it does drop a bit, owing to the graphics queue, I think. 16 milliseconds, looking out front, 14. So it's more graphically intensive looking out the window. That's not so bad, but weirdly, the engine is hard. I don't know why that is. Performance coming out of the airport, we were at about 55-ish, give or take, on the ground. And then as we started climbing it, you know, became 60. And now, looking out the front, getting on for 70. 65, 70. Pretty good. Pretty good. This is excellent. I still don't think I'd want to get rid of my 24 gigs of VRAM though. I think now I've had it, I'll always wonder what it would be like if I go back to a 16 gig card. Because it's very reassuring just to be like, I don't need to worry about VRAM. It just is, you know. There's always enough. I've never not had enough. Whereas on 16, I have definitely quite often not had enough. 5080 Super might be alright. If that's a 24 gig card, that could be cool. It's a shame the 5080 wasn't 24 gigs from the get-go really, because I would have very, very strongly considered getting that card. If that was a 24 gig card, I would probably have not gone the 7900 XTX route. But we are where we are. Oh, hello, what's Roy saying? Edinburgh isn't optimised for 24 yet. I did some research with the use of textures in the native and 2020 textures. What I noticed was that the sceneries created natively for 24 are using different texture compression system. PNG textures in 2020 and KTX for 2024. The latter one does better compression when loading in. Yeah, you're right. So what I've had to do for my liveries in 2020, you had to create DDS files. And then in 2024, when you convert your liveries to a 2024 plane, they have to be converted to KTX. So, on that basis then, is Birmingham optimised for 24? Is that all KTX'd? If you know what I mean. Because that's new, isn't it? That should be 2024'd. I know the song, guys. I don't know the film, though. It's very, very low volume at the minute, Noms. Right, where are... Oh, bloody hell. Told you. What did I tell you? I feel like I'm just the curse of VATSIM. And now, lo and behold, London's come on. I'm going to have to write to VATSIM. Write them a strongly worded letter of complaint. Dear sir. I've not seen it, no. I've seen the clip and the song, like, so many times. But I've never seen the film. I've never, like... It's Monty Python, right? If you refer to the Pirigi version, no, he still uses the older version. Oh. So Birmingham in 24 is still not optimised with KTX textures? That seems weird. It's weird. Is SU4 good? It seems good so far. I mean, what are we doing? 65 FPS? Cruising along. If you look out the window, it drops a bit, but that's only because we're GPU limited. That seems really weird then, Roy, doesn't it? You think if you were doing a new airport for 24, you would start with the KTX textures. So Birmingham's in the same boat as Edinburgh then? That's a bit weird. I'm sure it looks lovely, but it's still an odd choice, isn't it? That is weird. I saw there was a UK 2000 version of the scenery as well for Birmingham. I was wondering which one to get. Keeping in mind what we were saying earlier about all I really want is a half-decent runway, apron, taxiways, and a terminal that doesn't look default. And good performance. Yeah, Grumpy, you're right. You did just hear Roy in Twitch saying about Pirigi not being 2020. It's the textures. So when I do textures for my liveries in 2020, the old way was to use DDS files. So you basically get a high resolution PNG and you save it out as a DDS file. Whereas in 2024, you don't use DDS files anymore, you use KTX files. So that was kind of a lot of the work of converting the Phoenix liveries into 2024, was converting them DDS to KTX. And it has like better compression and so on and so forth. But apparently Pirigi is still using the old way in the newly released Birmingham, which just interesting. I don't know if going to KTX would increase performance. But yeah, it feels like Edinburgh is very much in the camp of it works, but maybe there's optimization to do, perhaps. Can't believe they've logged off. Small update release for Phoenix. Yeah, someone said about that earlier, Ben. Is there a utility to convert DDS to KTX? Yes, there is. No. Well, no. I used a utility which does PNG to KTX. So I went into like my Photoshop design files for all my liveries. Obviously I redesigned the livery to refresh it. So I would then export I would export high resolution PNGs, and then I would put them in a folder, and then this command line tool would then run through the folder, generate the JSON files that you need for each one, and it would then create KTX files, and it puts it in an output folder for you. And then you drag it into your livery, and it should work. I mean, Grumpy, I don't know if, like, Edinburgh all became KTX textures. I don't know what that would mean in terms of FPS. It probably would still struggle, I would have thought. I don't think it's going to be a magic bullet. Oh, our FPS is dropping. That'll be because of... I don't know. GPU, I'm guessing, with all the clouds. We're now at 55. Main thread's nice and low still. Yeah, we are definitely GPU limited, aren't we? Which ain't a bad place to be. Not really. What mouse do I use for other games? I've got a Corsair... Well, I use this one. A Corsair Iron Claw RGB thing, but it's really old. Like, all the little rubber bits on the side have basically worn through where I've been holding it. I bought it just before the first COVID lockdown in 2020. So, getting on for 5 years old. I should probably treat myself for a new one. Because there's a new Call of Duty coming out soon. Ooh, Call of Duty. We can go through that kind of mental gymnastics we do every year. So, oh, this new Call of Duty, this is the one, it's really good. Like, whichever development team, yeah, these guys have done this year's one, so that means it's going to be great. It's like, but didn't you say that for last year and the year before and the year before when it went through all the other developers as well? And around we go again. If you compared Pirigi with Ini, you'll see that Ini is using a new tool called SimProp Container. Kind of box where you put related sceneries in that reduces the calculation. Oh. So is Pirigi using LOD stuff as well then? G502's right, AK, isn't it? I always thought that was a nice mouse. I mean, just find something comfortable. I mean, don't go down the whole rabbit hole of if I buy this mouse then I'll be good, because chances are if you're not good already, a new mouse is unlikely to help you in that endeavour. There's a whole like subsection of gaming YouTube where it's like, oh, if I just get this thing then I'll be able to compete. It's like, no, you're still probably going to suck. Really. Hate to break it to you. It's like when you think, oh, in Warzone I'll just level up this gun, which is like the gun you should have, and then I'll be able to compete, and then it's like, damn it, I still can't compete. Ask me how I know. Oh, sorry, Roy, I missed a message. Pirigi did a trick using an invisible box around the buildings and all the objects. That's because you need a different LOD version. With that trick, you don't need to do all the work. Because I suck, AK. Invisible box around all the buildings and all the objects. So basically that prevents Pirigi from needing to do all the LOD stuff. Which therefore means we're rendering stuff at really high LOD. Hence the poor performance. Is that what you're saying? Exactly. Okay, that's kind of not great, I guess. And using the old 2020 calculations. So really we need Edinburgh to be using the new 2024 compression system and taking advantage of the LOD systems that are in place with the SDK, right? Yeah, Grumpy, Roy's in the Discord. Grumpy's asking about you, Roy. So unless I'm misunderstanding you, Roy, it sounds like Edinburgh is really not that well optimised at all then. And presumably neither is Birmingham. Hey, look who's in. Ronald's here. Papa Hotel. We're just talking about scenery actually, Ronald. About how Pirigi apparently uses an invisible box to go around all the buildings and objects to get around the LOD system. Well, I guess that explains why Edinburgh sucks so much on performance. Does look good though, doesn't it? That's the thing. Ah, there you go. Look, you can tell, yeah, Ronald's here. Look, you can tell Ronald's the scenery developer. If you draw a big invisible, you enlarge the size of your object, so small objects may be rendered further out. There you go. Which then makes it an absolute beast on performance, I presume. You should only do that with small objects like cones that you want to see when you're on final. Not the whole terminal building then, I guess. You also use the invisible box system for Birmingham. Okay. Maybe UK 2000 is the way to go then. So, are there any plans, Roy, do you know, to make it more optimized? Oh my god, we've just come out of here, look, and they've come online. I swear VATSIM just hates me today. Scottish Control have just gone online, and now we've just left here. This lot have come online. Bang out of order. No point using this material on big buildings. You could also set the LOD to load in a different way. Yeah, because hasn't isn't there a new LOD system with 24? So you can provide like multiple versions of the same asset, so that based on draw distance, the appropriate one gets loaded in. Yes, but this was already done in 2020. Oh. Ronald, do you know if the KTX stuff then improves performance versus DDS stuff? I'm out of there now. 707, like I say. Literally, we flew around Scottish Control. They went offline just as we entered, and just as we left London, they came online. I don't believe it. I do not believe it. Cheers, Clubhouse. KTX are better optimized. So you'd get better FPS if you had like for like, your DDS over here, KTX over here. If you had all DDS, it would be worse than all KTX. Alright, what is my route into, oh my god. I've been too busy talking about stuff, I've forgotten my flight plan. Right, let's go direct to Riga. Aldergrove traffic, N04 905 Alpha inbound robot, going direct to Riga for a 2-5 arrival. Aldergrove traffic. And that makes us too high. 2020 is based on the FSX engine at first. Yeah. Oh man. I can't believe you guys distracted me. Talking about textures. Right, what's what I'm saying? An object is loaded in the percentage of the height of your screen. If you set 80 for LOD 0, that means LOD will be loaded in once the size is bigger than 80% of your screen. If you want to load in a higher LOD from further away, you should decrease this further. But there's really no point in doing this if you properly optimize your scenery. Right, what's the wind doing? $160. And what options do we have for runways? $25 still looking good. Where have you just taken off from? Where are you going? Oh, you're going to Belfast. $25, that'll be us. So do the internals of airports get rendered even if you can't see them? Like if there's a wall in the way, for example, and you just can't see through that wall. would like the, I don't know, the baggage carousel get rendered? Right, keep an eye on that FPS counter as we get lower. VMR files can go wherever you want, Tony, as long as you keep them in a consistent place and then point vpilot to them. So I just store them in a folder in my docs folder. Firefly, no, I haven't. I haven't. If you set size properly, no. Oh, I see what you mean. You mean if it's like far enough away that your LOD system would not render it? Is that what you're saying? It's a faff, isn't it? Right then. Easy. What are you up to?
Ready to check EC 575?
Viper 5.
Tag it.
Okay, speed brake is still out. Oldergo traffic, Air 0495 Alpha via the Ringer transition coming in now for a 2-5 ILS approach. Oldergrove traffic. Right, fingers crossed for a better landing this time, right? So apparently we're going to get to 3,000 feet by about here. I'm not buying that somehow. We slow ourselves down to 160 knots. We need to be at FF25, 2,500. Gonna be tight. Okay, auto brake medium. Spoilers armed. You on final? Easy 22 Bravo, you on final? Let's take evasive action. It certainly looks like he is. Parking brakes on. Yeah. Easy 22 Bravo does not seem to be talking.
Belfast traffic, Midland 301 is descending through flight level 114 for 2,500 feet for runway 25 at Belfast. Midland 301.
Alrighty then. QNH 1008. Let's get that plugged in. What is this EasyJet doing? They disconnected. Belfast traffic, Air 4905 Alpha. We're turning now for a final into runway 25, having vectored for traffic avoidance. Belfast traffic. Aye, aye, aye. Well, that was a bit annoying. Never mind. Damn, look at this wind. Look how much we're crabbing. My apologies, 707, for mucking you around. We had to, we were on a nice little arc to come in, and but then EasyJet decided to not talk to us. Bristol Tower's online. Oh, for goodness! Why? What? What have I got to do? What have I got to do? Oh, I haven't even done my flipping nav data. QNH 1008. 15, 160 at 15. Bet he got banned. Only thing I would do differently is I would have arrested my descent slightly quicker. Go. Old Grove traffic, Air 495 Alpha on an 11-mile final for runway 25. Alright, keep an eye on that FPS. Just shy of 60. Which ain't bad. .707's coming in, that's good. Glad I didn't mess him up too much. What is going on with the weather here? I didn't think it was going to be this bad. Darn. Yeah, we'll stick with auto brakes medium, I think. No visibility. Okay, we're dropping down to like 52, 53. I think I've got the scenery installed. Okay, GS star. Big gear down. How this is going to be a bit of a doozy. Yeah, I don't know, Todd. It's all default, so I'll have to look into it. Maybe make the swap bigger. Oh, this does look good though, doesn't it? Right, speedful. Belfast traffic, Air 495 Alpha on the ILS for runway 25, 5 miles to run. Jerry, we're on Sim Update 4 Beta at the moment, so I'll let you know. It seems to be alright though. It is getting there. Good God, look at this wind. Woohoo! Alright, gear down. Lights are on. Speed brake arm. Flaps full. Auto brake medium. If I land this, I'm a genius. Alright. McLean. Funny feeling, based on the weather report, that wind is going to die down the nearer we get. So I don't want to... I don't want to be like crab, 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 and then the wind slips away. 25, 24, 23, 21, it is slipping away slowly. It's still substantial. 17, but it is hitting us directly at an angle. Oh, blimey, that was a gust.
Belfast traffic, Midland 301, established on the ILS runway 25, 6.5 miles to run.
It's gone up to 30 knots. Alright, New Sky, you better give me a 10 out of 10 just for effort.
100. 50, 40, 30, 20, retard. 5.
Oh, that's how we do it. Keep that boot fully to the right. God. Flip. Ho 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 ho. Alright, let's get out of 707's way real quick. Keep it rolling, keep it rolling, keep it rolling, keep it rolling. Come on. Air Not 495 Alpha vacating onto runway 17. And runway 25 vacated, Air Not 495 Alpha, Belfast traffic. Whoa. I did start it, Grumpy. Yeah, whether it's logged it or not is another matter owing to Sim Update 4. Flippin' heck, man, that was a bit ropey, wasn't it? He's on his way. I mean, that wasn't like, you know, cinema perfect, but it was acceptable given the conditions all day long. Man. I like it when we have to work hard for a landing. Here he comes. Yeah, that wind got stronger the lower we got. That was the opposite of what I was expecting. Go on, 707, you can do it. Yeah, big puff of smoke. That's how we do it. Damn, there he goes. Did I not start the APU? I thought I did. Where am I going to go? That's the next question. 2-1. Autograph traffic, Air Not 495 Alpha taxiing to stand 2-1 via Lima.
Midland 301 vacating runway 25, taxiing to the terminal. Midland 301.
Did I tell GSX where we're going? Oh, GSX, don't do it. Don't do it. Give you one more chance. Alright, GSX has GSX'd us. We are on a beta though, so... So the stutters, I would say, were fairly non-existent. Maintaining 60 FPS almost, which is pretty good. Parking brake on. Predictive wind shear off. Tara.
Belfast traffic, easy 49 hotel. We're going to be pushing back. Stand 13, facing to the south.
Engines off.
Island, so what up?
Right. Landed. How do I... How do I tell it to stop? um, close. This will close your flight. That's what I want. Hey, 10 out of 2. 292 feet per minute in challenging conditions. Wow, we're only 4 meters off the centre line as well in those very, very, very big winds. That was alright, that. That was alright. What time are we at? 12:30. We've got time for one more leg. We can get down to Exeter, I reckon, can't we? That was nice. Nice landing, followed by... it's weird, isn't it, how I can do better in the wind than I can with no wind at Manchester, Newcastle. Yeah, we're back on it now. We're back on it. On it like a car bonnet. Right, Belfast to Exeter. 3:19. And we'll leave at... Put 11:55. Duration about an hour. This is going to be perfect. This is exactly what we want. Sim brief. Thank you. Right, GSX. Have you decided to put yourself together? Of course you haven't. What do I have to do now? I don't want OneDrive. Where is it? Where's the GSX logo? Have I gone blind? Has it crashed? Is that what's happened?
Belfast traffic, EV171 Victor, pushing back from stand 17, I'll be facing east, Belfast.
It's doing something. Anyway. Can't believe tower's on at Bristol. Hopefully Exeter ground, tower, and clearance and everything will come on. Yeah, right. Keep dreaming, buddy. Yeah, too bad that we had to divert. That easy gave us no really sense of warning as to what was going on, even though we made our calls. But whatever. Whatever. It don't matter. Well, it does matter, but it doesn't matter. Right, 5-6 Romeo. Almost your call sign, Grumpy. Not 5-6 Romeo. Cost index 60, because it always is. What we're flying at? 25,000. And we're doing the direct to Belzoo out of 217. Into Exeter 08. At Tiver. I read somewhere this morning that Exeter is one of the best UK airports. It's an amazing airport. I've flown out of it a few times.
Traffic easy 49 Hotel. We're going to be taxiing, holding short runway 25 off Lima.
Bum, 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 bum. Right.
Belfast traffic easy 84 Chile Papa, pushing back from stand 12 straight push.
I feel like I'm recognising that voice of Fawn. It's not Kenko, is it? Could be. Right, anyway. What's going on? Let's reset everything. Bring in the new flight. Sim Update 4 is doing alright, I would say. Brakes hot. Okay, fine. Let's take the external power. We can lose the APU temporarily. Go Vincey. Hey, there he is, look. Parked up next door. Love it. It's a GSX bug, is it? Oh, that's alright. We can, we got chocks. We can release our parking brakes. It will cool down. Right. MCDU, ATSU, AOC menu, flight init.
Belfast traffic, easy 171 Victor, taxi into runway 25, hold on point Alpha 1 by Alpha, Belfast.
Danny, it's the FS project stick on top of a Moser AB9. And we are air not 56 Romeo. So we haven't even considered Wordle today, have we? Because we've been busy. Cost index 60 at 250. Get the wind. Yeah, that's right, Ed. We're having a go of it now.
Passengers bus is coming.
We didn't for the first leg. But this is looking alright. As you can see, 4K.
Belfast traffic, easy, not one on the hotel. We're going to be lining up runway 25.
It definitely sounds like Kenko. Can anyone confirm? Is Kenko at Belfast? Right, we're doing the departure out of... I want to do a 2.5.
Belfast traffic, easy, 84 Charlie Papa, taxi into Alpha 1 via Alpha.
Are they all using 2.5? Yeah, they are. Right, let's do some charts. So it's saying not to use 2.5 because there's a tailwind and a massive crosswind, whereas if we go 1.7 we get more of the... Yeah, that makes sense. I'm going to stick with 1.7. Makes sense.
Belfast traffic, easy 4 on the hotel, departing runway 25.
Belfast traffic, easy 171 Victor, line up 25 via Alpha 1, Belfast.
Thinking about booking an experience with Infinity Sim Wings, would I recommend it? Absolutely I would. Yeah. Yeah, they're good people. Good people. You'll have a great day. There is an affiliate link in the description where you can get yourself a discount, I believe. Right. I'm going to come out of here and then go direct to Duffy. Yeah, and the prices are hard. It's always a hard one with something like that because obviously the equipment costs so much money. Like
Belfast traffic, easy 171 Victor, taking off from runway 25, doing a right turn after departure, Belfast.
Like talking to Hanny, like you're saying, the owner there, he's like, I spent like $250,000 on it, and we're still spending. And he's like, the prices, I get some pushback on pricing, but he goes, it has to be what it, like, I've spent so much money, I can't really do it any cheaper. And you can imagine like the full motion one, similar story.
Belfast traffic easy 84 Charlie Papa lining up runway 25.
No worries, 707. Cheers for flying along.
Passengers bus is coming.
Yeah, there was talk of potentially doing like a shared experience day up there. Though I haven't really followed it up. I should probably get in touch with him. I think the idea was that, like, you know, Hanny would be there, Ethan presumably would be there, the co-owner, I would be there, and then we'd sort of like have a day where there's a few of us up there, just all having fun, doing some landing challenges, that sort of thing. And that way, because there's more of us, you know, it could be cheaper. Sort of split the cost among everyone that's there. So it wouldn't be like you have the controls all day doing full flights all day. It'd be like we're all sort of, you know, cheering each other on, doing some landings, maybe keeping score of who got the best landing here, there and everywhere, and maybe a prize at the end. Yeah, that sort of thing. Just a bit of fun. Alright, Exeter, what are we doing?
Belfast traffic, easy 171 Victor, now airborne, doing a right turn towards Blacker, Belfast.
And Belfast traffic easy 84 Charlie Papa departing runway 25. We'll make a left turn and direct to Lisbon.
If you're a channel member, Noms, which you are, you should be able to get in the Discord, and then there is a higher rate discount code for you in the Discord for channel members. Right, are we loaded yet? Almost. APU fired. How you doing, mate? How's that landing? Enjoy it? No? Okay, fine. Bit rude, isn't it? Flying inverted? Oh no, I'm not doing that. Come on then. What are we waiting for? A bit of cargo and the last couple of passengers, then we can crack on. Down to Exeter! Used to fly out of there with Flybe quite a lot. I used to work in Ireland. We used to fly Exeter to Dublin. A couple of times a month and back.
Belfast traffic easy 535 lining up runway 25.
That was good times, that. There we go, loaded. Centre MCDU. Depart 17. Flaps 3? Are you serious? Alright, fine. We'll do it. Windwing is releasing a new Airbus throttle this month. Are they? Are they actually? Have they? Is that like officially announced?
Belfast traffic easy 84 Charlie Papa. We're airborne passing 2,600, kilometre 4, and direct to Lisbon.
We're going to go direct Duffy once we get airborne, I think. Good. Now then, GSX. I've put the beacon light on. Is that because my chocks are off? Are you not happy about that?
Belfast traffic easy 575, taking off runway 25.
There we go. Parking brakes need to go back on. Yeah, still on the Saytech or the Logitech pedals, you should say.
We are ready for pushback.
Logitech went to a lot of effort and printed their logo on the box. And they put a little tiny G on it as well. So, you know, they really did put the effort in. God, look at the state of it.
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
What base before the AB9? I had the Thrustmaster Ava. Still got it. Still use it inside the house. For if I'm doing anything that's not out here, live on the channel or anything. Any plans to give up the Thrustmaster throttle?
Belfast traffic ET press survive passing 1,700 directly releasable.
Don't know. I have something coming today that isn't the wind wing throttle, to be clear. But I'm not sure if it's going to work out. Yeah, the FS project stick is very, very good. And there's also one from... So we found this out a little while ago. A company called CN Tech in China. They'll do you an FS project style stick. And apparently they say they can deliver it in 2 weeks, whereas FS projects are saying it won't be till January if you order now. Belfast traffic air not 5-6 Romeo, pushing back from stand 2-1 facing south. Belfast traffic. I've just realised I haven't filed my flight plan. Because I'm stupid. Let's quickly do that, shall we? No, not Skilarki. I wish. Can't say. Well, I probably could say. I'm just choosing not to.
Release parking brakes.
Goodness knows where this is going to put me.
Push. All engines clear. Start at will.
Start new sky. That would be annoying, wouldn't it? Okay, that's working. Cheers, 707. Yeah, there'll be a video on it.
Ladies and gentlemen, please observe the cabin crew member closest to you as we are about to demonstrate the safety
Right.
features aboard our
GSX,
A319.
where are you going to take me?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard our Airbus A319.
Thrustmaster have said a civilian Ava stick being developed. It must be an Airbus stick. I mean, I really hope so. I remember when I reviewed it, I was like, why haven't they got an Airbus stick? Like, it seems really backwards.
Contains important information about exit routes, oxygen masks, life jackets, and the brace
Cheers, Airsoft. Take it easy, mate.
you must adopt if you hear brace.
When did Thrustmaster say that?
There are 8 emergency. The cabin crew are now pointing out the exits nearest to
Yeah, surely it's got to be an Airbus stick. And I just hope they do a left-handed or a right-handed version, or a version that can somehow do both.
emergency lighting will guide you to an exit.
Andy, how are you?
Leave all baggage on board. Your seatbelt is fastened.
Flaps 3 for our takeoff today out of runway 17. Blimey.
We recommend
Probably shouldn't be flashing red, Andy, no. We're going to have a look at that later. Probably shouldn't do it now while I'm live on VATSIM, though. Start engine 2.
land on water, take a life jacket from under your seat. Remove from the pouch and put it over your head. Pass the tapes around your waist and click together.
Are you going to turn us, GSX, to go onto the taxiway, or...
Inflate the life
No.
Topping up.
No. That'd be crazy. All right.
Unlocking gear.
Right, engine 2 is available. Kill the bleed. Kill the
Traffic,
master.
runway 25, vacated.
Bypass pin removed. Left is clear, right is clear.
Now, where are you going to go? Oh, you've disconnected. All right, 25,000. Let's go, shall we? Belfast traffic, Air 56 Romeo, taxiing to runway 17 via Lima and Charlie. Can't say, Hornet, it's a surprise. You have to wait for the video. Subscribe, ring the bell. BMI, yeah, well, that's what British Midlands, that's what Hanny at Gatwick used to fly at Infinity Simwings. In fact, if you go there, he's got the overwing escape door in there. And you can see where they repainted the plane white for when BA took them over, because you can still see a bit of blue on there. It's quite nice. I think he said it was Ethan and his daughter bought it for him for Christmas when the plane got retired. Because that exact plane, G-dash mids, was like his plane that he flew all the time. Oh, that was really nice. East Mids to Jersey. Right, we're going to need to hoof it, aren't we, on this runway? Spoilers armed. Predictive wind shear is on. Is the Mosio any good? Don't know, not tried it. Looks alright though. I would guess that it probably is. But, yeah, having not used it, I can't say. Belfast traffic, Air 4905, sorry, correction, 56 Romeo, lining up runway 17. Right. Let's soak this one up, because I think it will be the last one of the day. Now Belfast traffic, Air 56 Romeo, taking off runway 17, Belfast. You're going to try out the new throttle, the Windwing throttle, aren't you? I don't have it coming. No, I don't have... There's nothing in the pipeline, I can tell you that much. Right then. Let's see if the weather's any better down at Exeter, shall we? Come on then, let's go. Flaps 3. Manflex 64 SRS green, auto thrust blue. Come on man, let's do it. Look at it climb. Look at that speed climb. Proper little pocket rocket. V1, rotate. Come on. What happened to my stick then? My stick just felt really weird. Positive climb, gear up. That was weird. Haven't had that before. Sim update 4 thing maybe? Belfast traffic, Air 056 Romeo, airborne out of 17, passing 1,000 feet, going direct to Duffy, Belfast. Levers into climb. Get that nose down. Okay, flaps 2. Autopilot on. Oh, look at that. Flaps 1. And away they go. I do not have a Skalaki throttle, Mr. Mint. Oh god. Someone's saying, where are we going? We haven't updated the thing, have we? We're going to Exeter. That's where we're going. Still holding steady at about 60 FPS though, right? That's got to be good. That's pretty good. I've forgotten how to do the weather radar now. I haven't done it in so long. Yeah, for real. I've forgotten how to do it. Exeter Metal showing it's windy there too. God damn it. Yeah, that's pretty good. Pretty good, Andy, I thought. Mr. Traviation, do I prefer Airbus or the Boeing setup? I have both, because I like to fly both. Rocket standard pressure. Then it's got to be time for a coffee and something to eat. I'm wasting away over here. Right, how are things looking for us? Got a bit of London control coming up. Then basically cracking on down to Exeter, isn't it? Weather radar's rotary that says something like System 1. Is it this one down here? There we go, System 1. I don't know, man. System 2. Flip the WX switch to position 1. Then turn the dial up to it next to max. That one. Ah, there it is. It's found something. That. Thank you. It's Airbus A319, Daniel. Oh man, my strobes are off. Damn it, why didn't I do that? I thought I did. New Sky's going to hate me for that. Need a perfect landing into Exeter to make good of that. I don't think I had my landing lights on either. Shit. Darn. Rushing. How you doing, Roger? Isle of Man? Yeah, maybe someday. Maybe someday. But not today. Right, how far are we from being in this guy's ATC? $133,705 is going to be the frequency. 133,705. This is encouraging, this. I'm very, very encouraged by what we're seeing today. Don't worry, 707, I'm on it. I'm on it. Right, so I think my plan will be... I think my plan probably should be to get a quick coffee now for the cruise. I do have a light panel that from PU Air Korea, Roger. That's the plan. What I need to do though is put my TV on like a bracket on the wall, so get that up a little bit. Then I can make a little shelf and have more gizmos. That's the plan. That's the plan. I need to do that. Maybe I should do that tonight instead of working on a video. Bit of DIY. No frame gen at all, Mr. Mint. Nothing at all. I know, Ken. It's awful. No coffee. Cheers, Harry. Thanks, mate. Yep, no frame gen. Frame gen? We don't do frame gen around here. We just do raw horsepower. Remember that when our computers were actually powerful and didn't stagnate generation over generation and we were spoon-fed AI bullshit? Remember that? Yeah, me too. Those were the days. When you could pay money and get actual parts that did something. Old man yells at cloud. Still, I'll take it. I guess we could frame gen this, and that'll take us up to like 120, wouldn't it? Should we try it? If I very quickly go in. Frame gen, FSR, on, BOF, resume. Okay, so it hasn't quite doubled us, has it? But it's getting on for... That's pretty nice. Not that I can even feel it or get the benefit on a 60 Hz TV, but... Not bad, eh? What airline? We are... My airline. In the minibus. I wonder if I can get into this controller's airspace and request 5 minutes out for a coffee. Because I don't want to go for coffee and then hear a did. Cheers, Matt. Nice one, mate. Thank you. Does frame gen affect the PFD NDs? Make them more blurry? No. No. That's the thing with DLSS and with FSR. I kind of feel like the naming conventions are confusing. Because I think people think that DLSS and DLSS frame gen are often the same thing, where in fact they're not. They're two separate things. So I would always recommend people, if you want to use frame generation, use frame generation, either NVIDIA or AMD, depending on what card you have. If you have NVIDIA, you can still use AMD's one, but why would you if you've got NVIDIA? Because it is a better solution. And then run TAA as the anti-aliasing, not DLSS. So you get the benefit of frame gen without the smeariness of PFD-ND thing. One thing I did think about was maybe getting like a little horizontal screen off of Amazon. You can get them for about £100. And then popping out the PFDs, NDs, and maybe even, you know, like the engine thing here. That way, on the screen it can look blurry, but on my little screen here it would look better. That was just a little thought that I had. But I do have a lot of thoughts, and most of them are bad, so... Don't know. I found one, like the Corsair did one, didn't they, the other day? And my first thought was, ooh, that could be for like NDs and stuff. That'll eat up FPS overall, maybe. But then if you're able to use DLSS or FSR, because you're no longer concerned about how the PFDs look, maybe it's a trade worth taking. Cheers, Grant. Thank you, mate. Have you seen the Java Simulations mini cockpit? Name rings a bell, but no, I don't think I have. Yeah, because what you're going to lose by that extra screen, you may well gain with the ability to run FSR/DLSS. So you might end up ahead. Kind of like net. They have the screens in the surround. It's for the desktop. It has eCam buttons, etc. Oh my word. Cheers, knobs. That'll be London Control 133.705.
Control 127.105.
127.105, Amazon line, good day.
Easy 898 Golf, nothing further now, Unicom, bye-bye. Unicom, Easy 898 Golf, bye-bye. Easy 49 Hotel, descend altitude 5,000 feet, delete QNH 1014.
1014 and down to 5,000 feet,
Hey, Max.
Easy 49 Hotel.
That's definitely Kenko. London Control, Air 56 Romeo, flight level 250.
Air 56 Romeo, London Control, hello, squawk 2165.
Walk 2165, Air 56 Romeo.
Easy 49 Hotel, speed 220 knots or greater.
Speed 220 or greater, Easy 49 Hotel.
Happy days. I had to download MSFS pop-out.
3406, turn right heading 210 degrees.
Right at 210 degrees, 3406.
I'm pretty much going to be out the way of everyone here, aren't I? Well, these guys are going into Leeds, aren't they? Hey, there's Tony. Go on, Tony.
Shannock 6 Tango Sierra, resume O navigation direct Amville, climb now flight level 370.
How's the ATC volume, by the way?
Can you repeat the waypoint again for Shannock 6 Tango Sierra?
Yeah, I'm fairly certain I could hear Kenko on the way out of Belfast. Because we were there at the same time.
Easy 3406, turn right heading 190 degrees.
Yeah, I did wonder if it's Kenko on the ground. Kind of heard his voice, so I was like, that sounds like Kenko.
Left 190, is 340.
Not 36 Charlie, when ready, descend flight level 160, level by Urkel.
Kind of 160 level by Urkel for not 36 Charlie.
Hey, nice one, Zipple.
59 Hotel, turn left heading 025, descend altitude 4,000 feet.
You alright, Elliot?
It's going call sign with spawn in a hotel, left heading 025 down to 4,000.
What cooler do I use for my 9800 X3D?
Easy 8 Charlie Papa, descend flight level 60.
It's Peerless Assassin.
Descend level 60, easy 84 Charlie Papa.
Easy 3406, turn right heading 250 degrees, clear ILS runway 27.
Right 250, clear ILS 27, easy 250.
Easy 505, descend flight level.
So Update 4 is doing a nice job. We are using FrameGen. We are using FrameGen, just so we're clear.
Easy 84 Charlie Papa, speed 250 knots.
We were getting about 55 to 60 without FrameGen. They're not doing too bad. Yeah, Ed, if you try TAA with FrameGen, it's alright. Elliot, I can't remember if I'm running the Exeter scenery or not. Because there's a really good freeware one, isn't there? Like, really good.
Beaver 995 Charlie.
You too, Zipple.
And flight level 110.
110 is Beaver Concord
Thanks, mate.
995 Charlie.
Hey, copies in. How's the input lag with FrameGen? Yeah, I mean, it's in a sim. I wouldn't worry about it so much. In flight sim. If I was playing Counter-Strike, I'd be turning that shit off right away. I can tell you that. Any sort of first-person shooter with a competitive multiplayer, just like, nope. We're not having any input lag from FrameGen, thank you.
Easy 49 Hotel, turn left heading 360 degrees.
Yeah, Superspud's a right legend,
left
isn't he?
360, easy 49 Hotel.
And easy 49 Hotel, speed 180 knots.
Speed now 180, easy 49 Hotel.
What's that, Grumpy?
For Charlie Papa, turn left heading 360 degrees, descend altitude 4,000 feet.
So let's run 360 down to altitude 4,000 feet, easy 84 Charlie Papa.
Easy altitude 5,000 feet, live crossing the Leeds QNH 1014.
5,000 feet, then QNH 1014, easy 565.
Easy 3406 runway.
It was 2020 scenery, I thought, but I think it works.
406 going right.
Easy 49 Hotel, turn right heading 120 degrees, clear ILS runway 14.
Yeah, I can see your point, David.
Approach runway 14, easy fun and hotel.
Easy 84 Charlie Papa, speed 220 knots.
Speed 220 knots, easy 84 Charlie Papa.
Easy 505, speed 220 knots.
Speed 220 knots, easy 505.
Easy 3406, Roger, turn right heading 075, maintain 2000 feet.
He's sequencing all this lot, getting into Leeds. He's Kenko and Co.
Okay, 420.
What's the wind like at Leeds for Kenko?
Alpaca 420.
160 at 10.
November, hold November 1.
Delta November, hold November 1.
There goes Tone. Look, he's off up to Newcastle. Newcastle have even got a METAR now. An ATIS, I mean. Look, once again, everything's lit up except for where I'm going.
Left heading 360, 505.
Damn. Jack, I might not have time for another one after this, because time's already getting on.
Taxi Alpha Delta, hold Delta 1, runway 25.
1:15. It's going to be tight. It's going to be real tight.
London Control, hello, Stewart, 320, maintain flight level 5000. 320 London Control.
Someone flying a Concorde from Heathrow to Leeds.
320.
That's a new one. All of a sudden, I don't feel quite so bad about flying a 777 from Gatwick to Edinburgh.
Alpaca 84 Charlie Hotel, turn right heading 120 degrees. Speed 180 knots.
Careful, OG.
120 degrees, cleared ILS runway 14. Easy 84 Charlie Papa, turn right heading 120 degrees, speed 180 knots, cleared ILS runway 14.
Right, turn heading 120 down to 180 knots, cleared ILS 14. Thank you, easy 84 Charlie Papa.
Easy 505, speed 180 knots, descend altitude 4,000 feet.
180 knots and 4,000 feet, easy 505.
Easy 49 Hotel, runway 14, clear to
Yeah, it's an interesting choice, isn't it?
0 degrees, 10 knots.
Clear to land runway 14, easy fun and a hotel.
Easy
What's
505,
EGBS?
heading 330 degrees.
Left heading 330, easy 505.
River 995 Charlie, fly heading 335, descend flight level 80.
Fly heading 335 and down.
I'm with Winwing. No, I've never worked with Winwing actually. That'd be really cool too, don't get me wrong. But no, I've got no relationship with Winwing.
Fly heading 110, pretty confirmed for speed between Yankee Alpha. Not 36 Charlie, descend flight level 110.
Oh, that's Tony, not me.
110, not 36 Charlie.
Yeah, me too, David. You notice how we haven't even had to think about Wordle.
Departing Manchester Sunbow 1 Yankee departure 2400 for 5000.
We don't need to be sorry, copy, it's all good.
London Control, hello, climb flight level 190.
Climb flight level 190, Shepherd for uniform.
You're not thinking of Wing Flex, are you? Because that's where this one came from.
Easy 505, turn right heading 120 degrees, cleared ILS runway 14.
Turn right heading 120 and cleared ILS runway 14, easy 505.
Yeah, it's feeling better, Elliot, the A350, for sure. They've done something.
3406, turn right heading 180 degrees.
They've definitely done something to it. For the better. Which is weird how they didn't mention it. I think probably because they dug their heels in.
Charlie, fly heading 020 degrees, descend flight level 80.
Well, that's for me again.
0 and heading 320 was that for air not 36 Charlie?
Heading 020 degrees.
020, air not 36 Charlie.
Beaver 995 Charlie, descend altitude 4,000 feet, the correction descend altitude 5,000 feet, the lead QNH 1014.
1014 down to 50, Concord 995 Charlie.
Not 56 Romeo, nothing further, Unicom, bye bye.
Unicom, Air 56 Romeo, thanks.
Over 2 Yankee Alpha, climb now, flight level 190.
Yay! Right. How long before top of descent? 80 miles. Oh, I really haven't got time for a coffee, have I? Because I'm going to have to start getting busy in a second. Alright, arrival performance. What's the weather doing? 160 at 15. So 08. Yeah, okay, 08's probably... Yeah. Yeah. Like, neither are very good options, really. We've got a 2 knot tailwind on 26 and a 16 knot crosswind on 08. So... Alright. 08 it shall be. And let's go medium auto brake. It's going to have to be medium, isn't it? What is our weight? Weight is going to be 3.1 plus 56, so 59.1. 59.1. That should do us nicely. And a dry runway will stop us there. Is it raining? So we've got 1013. Let's do that now. Yeah, in fairness, the input lag feels alright, probably because we've got a nice high base frame rate. 17 degrees C. Then it's 160/16. And into Exeter. 08 ILS. That will make our decision height 300 feet. If I'm reading that chart right, which I might not be. Let's do a fix EGTE 08. Do a radius of 10 miles. And we'll do 257 on the radial to give us a nice little beam out from the runway. Okay. Now if we want to do a slower descent, cost index of 6, that therefore puts our top of descent at 34 miles. That's okay. Let's do a secondary flight plan. We'll copy in the active, change from 08 to 26. Just so we've got that one there if we need it. I might do another one actually, another fix. If we go to EGTE 08 and then do a 20-mile radius as well. Nice. Should we lose the frame, Jen, just to see what we go back down to real quick? Okay. So it is dropping a bit, but that is only because we are limited on our GPU, probably because of all the clouds. I would predict once all these clouds get out of the way, the frame rate will increase. I need a 5090, don't I? That's what I need. Grumpy! Time to sell me a 5090. Yeah, see that now that big cloud's gone, you see it's climbing up now. This is the one I want to see stay nice and low. Also, look how moving your mouse no longer makes the main thread dip like crazy. It's going alright, this. Sim Update 4 gets a tentative thumbs up so far. Maybe, given that I've got all that footage from my Sim Update 3 video, I should do a quick video on Sim Update 4. 2K and free postage. What a deal. What a deal. It's crazy, isn't it, that a graphics card can be £2,000. Like, I know it was a long time ago, and it's like, what, 2004, 2005, whenever it was. I think it's 2005, when the NVIDIA... What was it? What was it? The 6800 Ultra. It was the first PCI Express GPU. And I think that cost like $350. And I'd saved... I was only a kid. You know, I was at the last couple of years at school, and I'd saved up all my paper round money for it. And I remember thinking, like, man, you're about to spend £350 on a graphics card. Like, one single component. You could buy a console for that. A whole console. And I remember thinking I was mad back then. And now we're talking about, like, 1,000, 2,000, 2,500 if you want to get an OC one. Because that's all we can get. Because there's nothing else in stock. Ken, you getting a 5090 today? Well, enjoy it. Don't let me make you feel bad about it. Like, enjoy it, for goodness sake. I just think it's really interesting how our expectations have been shifted over time. I think it's kind of quite clever of Nvidia in a way, because them having a card that is £2,000 gives us something to be like, oh no, I'm not spending that. And then you don't feel quite as bad when you spend 1,000. Whereas if the top one was 1,000, you'd be like, oh, I'm not spending 1,000. You'd buy the £500 one. So they've sort of cranked us up. I think they call that shifting the window. They use it in politics. They call it moving the political window. So if you're a politician and you want to, I don't know, say you want something to happen, say you're over here and you want to get to here, you basically say something completely outrageous all the way over here that makes the thing you actually want sound not so crazy, therefore increasing the likelihood that you're going to get it. But if you'd just gone for the thing you actually want in the first place, people would have been like, no, that's crazy, you can't do that. Whereas if you say something even crazier, your actual thing you wanted, even though it might be a bit crazy, doesn't seem as crazy. Right, it is time for us to descend. Let's get passengers strapped in. How do I create my livery? With great difficulty. Yeah, it's always a fight, and I don't enjoy it. Exeter traffic, Air 56 Romeo inbound, Abwith, flight level 250, descending now for a 08 arrival into Exeter traffic. That's crazy talk. Yeah, see, now that we're looking down here, that now we're not rendering the clouds. 70. Look up at the clouds. 40. Oof. Those clouds are kicking our little behind, aren't they? I won't see you. Why won't I see you, Elliot? Oh, Twinox, is this you coming towards us? Where are you? Oh, you Ryanair? Nice. Bristol to Cork. Cracking little flight, that one. Right, let's go medium auto brake for this landing. Well, Elliot, I'm not like online, if you know what I mean. I'm on VATSIM. So if you're on VATSIM, we should be able to see each other, no problem. If we're on the Microsoft Flight Sim servers, then yeah, I guess maybe it would. Not too far off, are we, from where it was started? Quite close to Bristol now. Yeah, I do like these shorter hops. Can we see Bristol from here? There's the Severn Estuary. That's going to be... Where's Bristol? Somewhere... I feel like it's going to be somewhere around here. Can't quite make it out. Clouds look good though, even though they're killing our FPS, they do look very good. Yeah, I think a little Sim Update 4 video might be in the works. If I leave the 7900 XTX in, and I'll compare it only to the 7900 XTX data that we took from the Sim Update 3 performance video. That could be a plan. Where can I join your airline? It's on New Sky, newsky.app. So if you go there in your web browser, you can make yourself a New Sky account, and then you can join all sorts of airlines, including mine. You got a sister and their families in Bristol. Nice. I like Bristol. It's a good day out, Bristol. I went to see The Darkness in Bristol. And Devon Townsend. He came to Bristol. Yeah, my wife was like, do you want to go see The Darkness? I was like, well, not really. But I did it anyway, and I was like, actually, they were bloody good. I'm really glad I went. And Devon Townsend is just a genius anyway. That was a super cool gig of Dev's, actually. He played at a little church in Bristol somewhere. He did this like acoustic tour of the UK back in 2015, I think it was. And the first couple of nights he really struggled because he was playing in like churches, like big proper churches. People sat there on pews politely clapping, and I think he had a really hard time of it because he was like just feeling super awkward. And then by the night that we saw him, yeah, okay, we were in a church, or what used to be a church, but it had basically been turned into like a function room. And it just felt like a normal gig, and it was a bit more rowdy, and everyone was stood up, no one was sat in a pew, there was a bar, and he was just like so relieved. He was like, oh, this is so much nicer tonight, thanks guys. But it was really cool just to see him do an acoustic set. Ames, cheers mate, how you doing? What clouds do I use? Just like ultra standard clouds. Elliot, you're a Devon fan. Well, good. First time I saw him when he was with Strapping Young Lad at Download in 2006. That was epic because we were right next to East Midlands. We had like DHL planes going over us while Strapping Young Lad were playing. What a time. But yeah, he's a very, very versatile musician, is Devin. He'll be like super chill, acoustic 1 minute, then he'll go to like almost operatic singing style the next, then he's like screaming death metal style the next. It's like, man, you're going all over the map. Ah, yeah, we left from Bristol today, Airbus. We went Bristol, Newcastle, Newcastle, Belfast, Belfast down to Exeter. Noms, I think Elliot was saying that if like we're in Sim Update 4 and he's on Sim Update 3, the online multiplayer won't let you see each other, but that's like the standard multiplayer, not that sim. Yeah, Devin is on another level. I saw in an interview once with him that he went to what's the guy from Nickelback called? Is it Chad Kroger? They met up because obviously they're both Canadian and they got connected with a mutual friend or something, and they met up. And basically Devin was like, God damn, I would love to be you. I'd just love to write a commercial song and make loads of money. And Chad Kroger to him was like, I'd love to be you. I'd love to be able to write whatever the hell I want and not get all this hate that I get from Nickelback. So it was weird. They both wanted what the other one had. It's just interesting, isn't it? Grass is always greener on the other side, as they say. Yeah, that seems like simulator agnostic, I suppose you could say. How you doing, Ames? You good? Cloud surfing. So we could be in for another challenging landing into Exeter. Hopefully not as challenging as Belfast. I mean, Elliot, if you ever want to fly along with us so you can see us, but you don't want to be on VATSIM, you could always just connect as observer. It's doing well, Norms. It's doing well. I mean, looking at the FPS, you might think, oh, it's dipped because we were at like 65 and now we're at 50, but that is only because there's loads of clouds and the graphics card is having a hard time rendering it. If we look down here, look, away from the clouds, the FPS goes up. So it's just like a conditions-based thing at the moment, based on the weather. Very close. Nice. I mean, you don't have to go on VATSIM to do that, Elliot. You can just literally fly completely offline, or use Beyond ATC, or use Say Intentions, or just do whatever the heck you want. Hey, chill. Bristol and Gatwick to Edinburgh is my go-to route. Short and generally has ATC. Yeah, exactly. It's a great route. That is a great route. GPU is a 7900 XTX. Ben. Yeah, so what did we do? We did Cyprus to... Belgrade, and then Belgrade to Amsterdam or something like that, and by the time we got to Amsterdam the main thread was just cooked. But the runtime has been 2.5 hours so far. You want to get a VATSIM but you're nervous you'll make a mistake? Yeah, we all are. Really. I still am. I still am. It never goes away, and that's probably good because it means it keeps you on your toes. How you doing, Matt? Yeah, the clouds look fantastic, don't they? Right, 10,000 feet. Landing lights on. What I'm going to do, I'm going to vector from Tiver. Yeah, Noms makes a good point there. VATSIM isn't as bad as it's made out to be. They're quite forgiving if you seem to be trying. That's the thing. If you're just like ignoring instructions and just like turning left when they say right and then ignoring the where are you going kind of thing from the controller. If you're obviously being a bit of an arse, I can see why they would come down hard on you, but like the amount of times I've messed up and the controller's been like, no problem. This, and this. Hey, Bishop. Yeah. Just like a willingness to try, a willingness to improve, and just, yeah, try your best. That's all we can do, really. Which is fair enough in my view. Yeah, Beyond ATC is a good place to start. Oh, roleplay GTA 5 gets intense, doesn't it? Yeah, I mean, one day, TBE, or Chill, I just got fed up. I was like, I'm just fed up of not doing it. So I just did it. And I was like, oh, that was alright. And then that kind of spawned everything that followed since, really. Because I kept thinking about it and thinking about it and thinking about it. And I was like, oh, I don't know whether I should. And then in the end, I was like, screw it, we're doing it. If it all goes wrong, I'll just never go back. Exeter traffic, Air 56 Romeo inbound Tiver. We're going to vector ourselves out for a 08 arrival into Exeter. Vectoring for a 10-mile final into the ILS. Exeter traffic. What throws me off on VATSIM when there's no ATC on is I've got no idea how to communicate when there's no one to tell me what to do. Yeah, in some ways, I used to think in the early days, like, oh, it's so nice when you're on Unicom because it's like, yeah, there's no ATC telling you what to do. You can relax a little bit. But actually, in some ways, or in a lot of ways, it's easier when ATC is online because they just tell you what to do. And then you're sorted. You don't have to worry about, oh, what's that person over there going to do? Do I need to go left to get out of the way? That sort of thing. It's just like, you just go where you're told. Like Unicom can just be a big, fat, hot mess sometimes, especially if you've got people that won't communicate. They cut you up. They just spawn in randomly. All right, let's go heading 256. Extra traffic Air 56 Romeo, flying heading 257 to Vector for a 10-mile final for runway 08. Extra traffic. Let's go speed 220. I mean, there's also the First Wings events. They're worth looking at, aren't they? Okay, flaps 1. That'll be the M5, I think. I don't know. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. London North was busy. Yeah, every time I heard you getting called out, Tony, I thought it was me. 1013. Whoopsie. Basically standard pressure. Alright, speed 190. Oops, sorry everyone, just hit my mic stand. I don't know if you actually heard that. Or whether NVIDIA broadcast AI'd it out. Laps 2. We'll go speed 180. Wait for the ILS diamond to get above us, then we'll make our turn into Charlie Foxtrot 08. Guessing I'm the only one here. Yeah, I thought so. Literally everywhere else seems to be lit up today, and everywhere I go is either not on or goes off when I get there. Sorry, wrong fader. I want to turn the music down. Alright, let's go direct. Extra traffic, Air 056 Romeo, flying direct Charlie Foxtrot 08 for a 08 arrival. Flaps 3. I love the way the flaps sort of bounce around. That looks so cool. (160) until 5 DME. Let's go 170. You got lucky, Tony. Well, this is not looking particularly pleasant, is it? I feel like I'm perhaps a touch too low. Approach phase is armed, that's good. So we should get GS star any moment. Hopefully. Are you going to catch it? You're not, are you? Oh, yes, it will. If you do full auto brake, you should be able to vacate without backtracking. Oh no. Exeter traffic, Air 056 Romeo, established on the ILS for 08 on a 8-mile final, Exeter. Senna, the Discord is a members perk, so either a sub on Twitch or a becoming a member on YouTube. Now, I can't remember if I've got the scenery installed. I guess we'll soon find out, won't we? Let's go final approach speed. Gear down. Where is the airport? Cheers for subbing on Twitch. Appreciate you, mate. Oh, there it is. That's how much we're crabbing. It's all the way over there. Right, potential for a go around is high. Right, gear down, auto brake medium, flaps full, speed brakes are armed, lights are set. I was going to say BZA, but is that Bazza? Should I say Bazza? Oh, man. Go around altitude set. Come on in. It'll be like Brussels all over again, this, won't it? What's that wind doing? 22. Extra traffic, Air 056 Romeo, short final 08. Oof. Goodness gracious. Come on, don't lose it now.
Above. Minimum.
Continue. Nope, going around. Then look at that. Gear up. Extra traffic, Air 056 Romeo going around. Let's go! That didn't feel right. I felt like we were going to end up having another Newcastle. Levers into climb. Autopilot on. go. Extra traffic air, not 56 Romeo, turning left, heading 256. Extra traffic. Right, try again. Just realised I replied on YouTube. As roll back is fine. Nice one. Yeah, see, I'm giving you guys value. That was tough, that one. Alright, we'll head out, we'll have another go. Yeah, it just felt like the glide slope dipped away from me and I was tempted to try and chase it. And while chasing it, I felt like I was not keeping on the centre line. I probably should have gone around sooner, truth be told. Yeah, the trouble gets... There's only 50 FPS, like what am I supposed to do with that? Oh, let's have some go-around music. Where's my diversion? My diversion is... That's a good question. Heathrow. So hopefully we don't end up at Heathrow. I could do without that. Exeter is dodgy. Note the broken 737 parked up. What, is that in real life? Fuel is... Where are we looking? 2,640 kilos. You best land it. That's alright, we don't need no damn alternate. The parked aircraft in the Super Sub Bud scenery still shows if you install it in 24. What is it? What happened to the 737 then, Adam? You're welcome to take my place, 707. I'm quite looking forward to being down so I can get a spot of lunch. I'm hungry. Right, here comes the ILS. Back into the approach phase. Right, round we go. I might take manual control earlier. Cheers, OG. Cheers for subbing again, Bazza. That's awesome of you. Thanks, mate. It really does help the channel. More than perhaps you realise. So I really do appreciate it. Do you think it's important to have the scenery you're flying to? If you're on VATSIM and you go into a big airport, probably default isn't going to cut it. Because you might get told to taxi to a taxiway that just isn't there. Or, yeah, weird stuff like that. Go on then. Alright, gear down. Get the approach mode armed. Stay at speed 180 for now. Right, let's go 160 and we'll stay at 160 till 5. We get config nice and early this time. Go on then, let's go for LS on the wheel. Exeter traffic, Air 056 Romeo again on the ILS for 08 on a 7.5 mile final. Exeter traffic. Visually it looks a bit nicer this time, but I suspect the wind will still be there. So, gear down, water brake medium, spoilers armed, lights are on. I have the controls. Nose down just a touch. Okay, so the wind is quite constant, which is something. Here we go then. We need to give it a boot full of left rudder. You thought Brussels was bad. Wait until you see this. Keeping the crab nice and steady, trying to at least. This is where it dipped away from us last time, so I'm going to try and be a bit more on it.
500. Above.
Continue.
Flight slow.
Disagree.
Flight slow.
50.
40, 30, 20, retard. 5.
Christ. Flippin' heck. Oh. Full left rudder. Could barely recover that. Damn. Right, where are we going? Over here? Which side am I going? I don't know where I'm going. Let's go over here. Might be that we have to cross. I think I might have gone to the wrong place. Yes, I have. That's right, Elliot will have to backtrack after all. Uh-oh. Silly me. That's right, I can get an A320 down here. On the ground, just taking the slightly wrong taxiway. Look at that windsock. Yeah, all things considered. Good job there's no one else here, isn't there? That windsock is blowing. You can't park there, mate. Yeah, I probably should have paid more attention to where the terminal was. That's alright, you guys get more value out of this now. More stream time. I do it for you. Exeter traffic, Air 56 Romeo, backtracking runway 26. There was no dropping into Devon. That was greasing it into Devon in very challenging conditions. Yeah, I think that was okay, all things considered. A little bit messy, but it was flipping windy for me. So I'll take that. I think this is the default scenery, isn't it? I'm off at Charlie. Oh, cheers, Joseph. What a legend. Thanks, buddy. Right. We haven't got time for a full flight, but we can maybe do some landing practice. With FSI panel. If anyone's game for that. Right, let's start that APU. This is definitely not Super Spud, is it? I'm fairly certain this isn't Super Spuds. Any thoughts, Elliot, as to whether this is Super Spud? I don't think it is. I don't think I've got a funny feeling I haven't got it in my community folder. Default. Thanks again, Joseph. And Bazza. Appreciate you both. Right, where is it super windy in the UK? What we should do is try a landing at Eddie. Thinking about it. Right, let's just go in here. Let's get this over and done with. Get New Skies flight logged. Hopefully they give us what we need, because it was quite a tough landing. What a windy old day it's been, eh? Don't include the animated people. Nice one. Cheers, chill. Appreciate it. Okay. Parking brake on. Bring flaps up because I forgot because I'm an idiot.
Ladies and gentlemen, the cabin crew will shortly be leaving their seats to perform safety-related duties. However...
Right, come on, New Sky. Hey! Okay, fair enough. I did forget the strobe light, and we said about that, didn't we? But the landing, great touchdown, 320 feet per minute in challenging conditions. I will take that all day long. Maximum centerline deviation was 4 meters. That's alright. That's alright. I'll take that. I will take that. Oh, goody gumdrops. Okay. FSI panel, where are you?
Passengers bus is coming.
Oh man, FSI panel needs to install an update. Try Eddie. Let's try Eddie first, because I want to see what the performance is like at Eddie as well. That's the other thing. Okay. We're standing by. Right, Eddie. In fact, let's disconnect from VATSIM, shall we? That'd be an idea before we start mucking around with this. Flippin' heck. Could you imagine that? Ooh, it's got to be 2-4 probably, isn't it? Let's do a start of a long final. And let's turn the plane into... Let's reset all. Ready. Activate. Where's the acknowledge button gone? Connecting, connected. There used to be an acknowledge button here. Now I can't see it. Alright, let's just close that. E G P H We'll give it a minute. We'll see if we can get into Eddie. I feel like we should do some landing practice again with the 7.3 and 24 as well, because we have not flown the yoke in a minute. Pretty much ever since August, because the BFU came out, and we've been flying it like crazy ever since. Oh, why are my doors open? Tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to end the flight, because I think GSX is screwing us up. Let's go to Eddie, And then we'll do it from there. Ideally, you want to have it in the ready preset, Elliot. So if you go to like panel state ready. Then you should be all right. Come on, wakey wakey. Yeah, we are. We're in the active state, that's good. There we go. Try again. Be time to go by the time I get this working. That's more like it. Now setting your flap speed and altitude. Stand by. Does FSI load anything into the box when you've chosen a runway? Yeah. So if you watch, look down here. Possible that Sim Update 4 could release parking brake, set the thrust levers to climb. There you go. And it should start clicking away at the MCDU in a minute. There you go. So it's setting your MCDU. There it goes. Doing something. EGPH, EGPH. Putting in the cost index. The fuel stuff in, 0 fuel weight, I mean. Arrival. 24. Clever, isn't it? And then when it's all done, it will say, hold the brakes, and then we take over. There you go. Hold the brakes for 3 seconds to take control. Cheers, drank me? I think that's right. Sometimes it's worth going for a longer approach because there's a short final and a long final. Sometimes the short final, it kind of puts you too close to the runway, and if you have to sort of like do a bit of sorting out based on where it's put you, there isn't quite enough time. Keep an eye on that FPS, because what we're at now, like 57, 56, which is pretty good. That is pretty good, for given where we are. Yeah, FSI panel, it's just a really nice way to just bosh out some landings in study level airliners, because it's kind of hard to set them up, and if you want to try different airports you can just like teleport yourself around with it. Right, my plane. No, I don't have any affiliate link with them. I've done stuff with them. Like I always have nice chats with JP, the developer, on email. He's a super cool guy. We've done a few giveaways in the past. Like I'll do a stream and do a giveaway, that sort of thing. I should probably shoot him an email, see if he wants to do another one of those, because it's always nice to give you guys something. And it always amazes me how many people have no idea what it is. But as soon as I tell them, they're like, oh, cool. Like, penny drops kind of thing. So a big old boot full of right rudder today at Edinburgh into 24. Nice and steady, come on. Frames are starting to drop a little bit, right? 52, 53 as we get nearer, which is typical. That's kind of what I would expect.
1,000.
Leave Perry.
$500.
Okay, keep that nose down. This is where we lose it sometimes. And we end up going too low, you end up with 3 reds, and then you end up sinking, which is what we don't want. Which is exactly what's happening. Damn it! Never mind. Then you end up sort of riding a little bubble. Then you end up having to nosedive to correct for it. It's almost like we've been here before, isn't it?
$100. 50, 40, 30, 20, retard. 5.
Little stutter there, wasn't there, on landing? Sort of down to 30 FPS there. Yeah, another little blip down to 30, and again. Which wasn't terrible. Kind of about right what we've kind of what we've come to expect, isn't it, of Edinburgh? But like Roy was saying earlier, I think maybe it's just kind of the way it is for Edinburgh. And particularly as we turn off here, I think it gets quite bad. I'll show you. If we taxi to the gate, we go to around here. Philip, you've gifted another membership. Absolute legend. Thank you, Philip. Thank you. Who got it? Alvin. Nice. Nice one, Alvin. Yeah, I'm sure it's as you get past this little little fire training area. Keep an eye on it as we go past it. I'm sure there's just something that's fundamentally bugged about this area of this taxiway. maybe it's not going to. 40... I'm sure it was around here. I had some trouble. Pure butter. I don't know about pure butter. It was firm and it got us down in conditions that were a little bit dicey. Yeah, I mean the main thread is just loaded up here, isn't it? Like crazy. But it looks nice, so take your choice. I will let FSI panel be the judge of how well I did. .5 gigs of VRAM used. Why didn't you use the 4080 Super? That's why. That's why. And as we get closer to the terminal, no doubt, it may well increase. Still, 45 on the ground at Eddie's not terrible, is it? I know we did see a little blip of 33, which is fair enough. Recently binned off DLSS, says Bazza, because it seemed to overwhelm my 3080. Gone to TAA, no more blurry instruments, and a consistent 100 FPS. What, on a 3080? What res are you at? Let's see the full landing report. Here we go. Landing distance, very good. Centre line, very good. It's a positive landing. 353 feet per minute. Satisfactory bank at touchdown. 2.1 degrees to the right. Yeah, that's because I was... yeah. Threshold height 46 feet. Maximum localizer deviation was 1 dot to the left at 3.7 miles, and glide slope deviation half a dot below at 0.9. Yeah, because we sunk, didn't we? Yeah. Maximum rate of descent was 628 feet per minute. There you go. Very, very good. Gives you a really nice idea of where you're going wrong, how you can improve. Clever bit of kit. If we try the short final now, it might chuck us up in the right place. Air not is me, Chad. Okay, thrust levers to climb. Time at 2:30. Should we try Exeter again in a minute? I've done very well. I haven't had a coffee since we started the stream. Okay. Which airliner? 319. Less rum and less coffee. Yeah. Easier said than done though, right? Here we go. Yeah, I prefer shorter hops as well, Noms, to be honest. Not everyone does. You know, the, when are you going to do a long haul? People normally turn up. When are you going to do a long haul? More to the point. Yeah, should maybe do some more FSI panel streams. I know some people don't like them. Where we just do landing challenges all night and just generally lark around. Met one of my airline pilots on VATSIM once. Nice. Yeah, we get around.
1,000.
Alright, my plane. Yeah, much beyond 2 hours I start to get itchy feet. That's my trouble. And particularly when you're streaming, I think there's this expectation that you should at least be somewhat entertaining as a host. even if I don't always manage it. And I find if I had like 8 hours ahead of me, I'd just be like, oh no. This is going to be a long old day. Do you know what I mean? Alright. Keep an eye on those frames again, yeah? Done it again. I've dipped. I always dip. Why do I always dip? So annoying. Three reds. Yeah, see, if this is VATSIM, I'd probably be thinking about going around at this point. Because we are far too low.
Wide slope.
50,
Yeah.
40,
Too
30,
low. Terrain.
20, retard. 5.
Butter! Yeah, you see that kind of FPS dip on touchdown there. Ugh. So annoying with the sync. 17 at Cork. Yikes. Yeah, not good. Let's try one more time. Wait, what? I think what it is, I sort of panic. And I sort of think, oh, keep my nose down, because otherwise you're going to float. And then you sort of sink. And then you're like, oh, damn it. Then you got to pull back up again. I think basically it's a case of holding your nerve. Sorry, I'm just stretching. Channel Islands down to Nuki. Nuki's a cool airport. Right, this is going to be the one, okay? Come on. Alright, let's let the approach mode line us up. I find I don't do it so much in the 737. Well, obviously I occasionally do it, but I feel like because I've got manual control of the throttles, I can kind of get myself out of it. Whereas with the Airbus, once you dip and the engines go to idle, and then you start pulling back, you got to wait for the engines to the auto throttle to spool again. So I wonder if there's some. Maybe we should be doing more manual throttle landings. I'm fairly certain that's SOP for Lufthansa, isn't it? Fairly certain pretty much all of their landings are manual throttle landings. Maybe that's why, I don't know. Assuming that is actually true and I'm not just spouting nonsense, which I might be. Wouldn't be the first time. Don't sink. Then if I don't sink it, I'll probably float it. That's the problem. Yeah, see now by trying not to sink, the ILS is slipping away from us. That's alright now. Hold it about there. Here it goes. Ugh. It's alright, it's feeling quite tidy. Visually anyway. So even though it says 3 reds, this feels a little bit on the high side to me. I feel like we're going to get 4 reds very, very quickly.
100.
$50 over the numbers?
50.
Yeah.
40. 30. 20. Retard. 5.
Nice little D-crab that. I was quite happy with that. A bosh. Now, what did the landing report say on that one? Oh, crap. On the centre line, very good. Landing distance, very good. Touchdown, positive. Yeah, that was good. That one was alright. A lot of... it could have been smoother, I think, Elliot. That was... I think potentially we're always a bit doomed to get high feet per minute at Edinburgh just because of the minute you touch down, the frames sort of go... Ugh. Don't know what the G's were. Does it give you a G? Doesn't, does it? Or does it? Don't think it does. So. That was alright. That was alright. Alright, I've got time for one more landing. Have I tried Eddie with TAA and frame gen? No, I have not. I imagine though, if you're going to feel the stutter, you'll feel it with or without frame gen, is kind of my experience. If there's going to be a hitch like that, frame gen won't save you. It will just be a higher FPS, but you, well, yeah, you still feel it. I want to try Exeter one more time. My arch nemesis. Cool. Try Bristol. Maybe we can have time for Bristol as well. I don't know if we will though. Sorry, 707. Polo, how you doing, mate? We're doing landing practice with FSI panel. This is always fun watching it load in. I've got this. I've got the PMDG. I've got the A350, and I've got the 777 freighter and 300ER. Come on. Is it going to select the ILS for us? ILS 08. Yeah, well done, FSI panel. I don't risk it, Pulse. Next time. Alright. Huffy, you alright, mate? I've just gone and ordered myself the 7900 XTX hamburger and all of it. Good. Good. What I will say is maybe look into undervolting it, because I've had to undervolt mine, because if I don't, I get weird graphics driver crashes. So just be ready for that. But other than, once you do that, it's great. Have a look for Ancient Gameplays YouTube channel. He's got like a full-on guide. This one, Huffy. Just in time for the landing. Oh, we've been doing lots of them, Lachlan. We're doing FSI panel at the moment. I got to go in a few minutes though, sadly. About 5 minutes. This will be the last one of the day. What's Sim Update 4 in 1440, I wonder? I don't know. I'll test it out tonight. Because I've got all that footage from Sim Update 3 from the video I did like last week. So I could just go to the same places in SU4 and be like, here's the difference. Welcome back, Ryan. No, I doubt the 3070 Ti 8 gig was cutting it, Huffy. Funnily enough. I believe you. God, the wind's getting stronger here. I'm sure it is. 30 knot crosswind. Do I stream on Thursday? Normally. Right. Dare I take control? Easy does it. Come on. See it right out here, it feels okay. It's as we get closer I start to get twitchy. And you probably all know that feeling. God, I feel like we're all over the place. This wind is making me work. The AB9 is definitely getting a workout right now. Oh no, I've gone high again. That's what happened when we did our go around. First of all. Come on, let's see if we can rescue it. We can do it. Three reds. Oh no.
Glide slow.
Yeah.
Glide slow.
40, 30, 20, retard.
Ah, damn it. That is full left rudder. There we go. Darn. Oh, sorry guys. This is the beauty of FSI panel, because we can just have another go. Levers into climb. Right, this really is the last one, because I really will have to go after this. I just refuse to be beaten. I haven't tried Beyond ATC in a long time, Pulse. I do own it though, so maybe I should have another go. That'd probably be sensible, wouldn't it? There's another video, revisiting Beyond ATC in 2025. Brought to you by Airnot. Dun 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 dun. That's what I need, Elliot. Maybe I need some, like, you know, commercial radio style jingles. Almost like when you come in and out of the traffic and travel. I reckon people would love that. New Sky still gave you a 10. That's the main thing.
Glide slow.
Yep, I know glide slow,
Glide slow.
but we're below the ILS, so just calm down.
Glide slow. Glide slow.
Okay, so we'll stay level, wait for the ILS to catch us.
Glide slow.
Yeah, I know. You just shut up for a minute. Doesn't matter, Ryan. You got a 10. That's all that counts. Just take the win and move on.
Don't sink.
Oh, right, you're going to start peeing me off in a minute. Yeah. Right, here we go then. Here we go. Last one. Unless it goes really badly and I insist on doing another one at the risk of making myself late. Ah, yeah, sorry I'm late picking up the kids. I couldn't quite land in Exeter. What, in real life? No. It's a computer game. Oh. Oh, it wants us in Conf 3. That's interesting. Fair enough then. I can do that.
500.
Come on, nose down again. Ah.
50, 40, 30, 20, retard, 5.
Oh my god, I'm a genius. You can't teach that. It's so good. And welcome to Exeter. That's going to be a YouTube short all day long. I won't mention that I took about like 4 times to do it. I'll just be like, yeah, this is how I normally am. Oh man, right. I really do have to go, otherwise I'm going to be late getting the kids and then the school will hate me forever. Thank you all very, very much for all the support, for flying along, for hitting the like button, just for being here. I really do appreciate it. Philip, thank you for gifting all the memberships today. That's very, very generous of you. And thank you to everyone in Twitch who became members and all of that good stuff. Thank you all very, very much indeed. I will be back Thursday, if not before. And I will speak to you all hopefully either Thursday or before, yeah, unless I appear in a video before then. I don't know. But anyway, get subs so you don't miss anything. And I will see you all next time. All take care and I will see you soon. Thanks very much. Toodaloo.